30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Is that just a girl thing, Jay? Yes. Because I look my daughter in the eyes when I'm very upset, and I could tell that it resonates with her as much as hitting her would.
Oh yeah, look, a dad look is far more traumatic to a little girl than a mom look.
And
even
a
voice change.
You flip that switch with them, Seth, when they see you, like you defending your wife. You may speak to your mother that way, but you will not speak to my wife that way. Never.
That's a great line.
Dan says,
my kids
you can talk to any way you want, and especially mom. Give her the business.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Welcome. Tuesday, October 29, the Bubba the Love Sponge show. Well, I mean, who was it? Was it, I mean, of all people, was it Tampa Terry that suggested, first of all, I forget who, somebody sent me.
Napa Mike, and you got another box from Napa Mike that came in yesterday.
Oh my God! Whatever brand he bought, I hope he bought me
it's the exact same stuff.
Oh my God!
It's in the kitchen.
Because I find myself having about 50% less throat problems on doing what? Who was it? Tampa Terry that mentioned it?
Yes.
And that is, I take a big old swig of this lemon extra virgin olive oil, and it tastes. It doesn't taste motor oily. It has the consistency of like a 520 motor oil, and so I'm not used to, consistency wise. I don't think any of us really eat anything outright that has the consistency of motor oil.
Except for honey.
Yeah.
I mean, I eat a lot of honey.
Yeah, so...
But it's thicker than that. Your olive oil is thinner than the honey, right?
Yeah, so...
You eat straight honey, Dan?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, so hold on now. So let me, like a big swig of the lemon oil in my mouth without swallowing, and then I chase it with this super kick-ass honey that he bought me, and I have a whole, like almost a complete mouthful full. Then I lean my head back and try to triculate it down my esophagus.
Let it percolate a little bit there?
Yeah, I literally lean my big fat dog infused head back, lean it back, and then just try to slowly kind of let it creep down, and then chase it with water when I finally get it done. And it really is, I still clear my throat quite a bit, but probably half as much as I used to.
Awesome.
So I never thought in a million years, that would really matter. But as much as I talk, I wish I would have been doing this, back in the 98 Rock days. If you listen to old 98 Rock tapes, I cleared my throat so much that you could, it was, I think it might have been worse back then than it is now.
You were living harder back then.
Yeah, I was.
And that definitely hurts your voice. You get no sleep, you're out talking, and you do appearances all the time, and people would constantly rag your ear.
Oh, yeah. Here's the deal, man. The more you talk, I mean, I'm not a doctor, you are, but I'm thinking the more that you talk, the more you're using your larynx and your voice box. You're just using it more.
Wears out.
It's just like anything. Like if you sit on the couch.
You probably got calluses on that thing.
I probably do. So, I mean, anything that you wear, like runners, there's an upside to running. Mm-hmm. Obviously, physically, there's an upside to running, probably outweighs, but you might start having ankle issues, knees, hip.
A lot of cyclists that cycle like their whole lives end up with a hip replacement.
Now, granted, they got a resting heartbeat of like 46.
Yeah, or better.
And they got, they're just absolutely shredded with the biggest quads known to man. But, they probably they've worn their, I got to think hips might be one that a bicyclist would wear out.
Yeah, they wear out their hips all the time. My cousin did it. And he's an orthopod. And yeah, cycling's not as hard on your knees. Running's harder on your knees, and cycling's worse on your hips.
Yeah.
It wears out. But, like Halpern had his hip replaced, and he was up walking around 2 days later. It's unbelievable how much better they've gotten.
That's the plastic surgeon in Tampa that
stud.
That actually is. Well, Dan has a lot of plastic surgery fans, but friends, I should say, in the business. But Dan, if he had to have, in the few times he's needed a suture or needed to be fixed, he calls David Halpern up.
Yeah, almost every time. I've called Tom Green a couple times.
How much older is Halpern than you?
Like 4 or 5 years.
Oh, not that much.
No.
Where do you do his? Where do you do his undergrad from?
He went to a few places, but he did his hands at NYU, and it was a really good hand program. So he's a great microsurgeon.
Are you a hand guy? But I'm
board certified in hand surgery, but I don't have a certificate, an added qualification for it, which I do like an extra year of pure hands. And in Tampa Bay, the hand surgery is so sophisticated that most hospitals don't let you operate unless you have that extra year.
Are hands big in like baseball and like
hand injuries?
Boxing, MMA.
Well, they're huge in boxing. Tom Green, the one that fixed Lummy and Big Red, he did our boxer China Smith's when he broke his hand, and he fixed his hand, and he was back in business. How
many bones are in your hand?
Oh God,
that was probably a quiz on one of your hand tests.
There's 8 in the wrist, and then each finger has 4. Except your thumb has 3. So 16 and 3 is 19 plus 8.
Who was Bubba Army?
27.
I thought I saw somewhere on Twitter or X or something like that where somebody, it might have been, I think they were Bubba Army, were having hand issues, and they were like, "Man, I might have to have Dr. Dan fix my hand." Do you remember?
Sure. No, I don't remember that.
I would send him to Green or Halpern. They're both wonderful hand surgeons.
That's who did Lummy's carpal tunnel.
Yes.
Lummy, is your carpal tunnel now like? Is it still a little sensitive, or is it fixed?
No, it's fixed. It's good.
Really?
Yep.
And you're not having that shocking, pain or anything like that?
Tap it?
Yeah, nothing.
Yeah, the way they test it, man, is they have you put your hand out and they just lightly tap right there at your wrist. And if you have one of the first indicators, obviously they explore deeper, but one of the first ones is that you'll have a shot like electric currents that go clear to your fingertips if you have a carpal tunnel issue. I had a carpal tunnel issue in my freshman year at Indiana State. I go and I flunk out, and I take a gap year because I didn't really take a gap year. They kicked me out for a year. So I go back to my mom's house in Warsaw, Indiana, and I start working at Explorer Van. My mom's like, "You're not just going to lay around the house all day and go to the YMCA and lift weights," because that's what I wanted to do.
What a great life that would be,
I'm like, "Mom, I'm in the middle of a cycle right now. I can't."
You told her you were in a cycle?
Yeah, I had some Deca and some Anadrol.
She didn't care?
Well, she's like, "First of all, you're not going to have any of that stuff in the house. And second of all, I was just thinking about maybe, making a little bit of money here and there and just going to the Y and training all day. Can you imagine how big I'd be when I went back to Indiana State? She's like, no, you're getting a job. So I went to Explorer van, and I had to run this screw gun all day, screwing in carpet. So when they put carpet in vans, conversion vans, they put down like 1/2 to 3/4 inch plywood on the steel floors. They gut the whole thing comes as a gutted out van.
It's just like the shell.
Yes. No floor, no nothing. The floor is just the steel body. Well, they prefabricate the wooden floor, and it's 3/4 inch plywood, and they screw that all down. And then from after that, they put the carpet in. Well, I was the guy that had to put the carpet in. So I had a knee kicker. You know what a knee kicker? You know how when you're stretching the carpet? I had one of those, and then a screw gun.
Oh, that sucks.
And to screw this carpet in. So I was like, and so running a screw gun.
That torque of it? Does it twist?
For 8 hours a day, after 6 months, started to give me carpal tunnel.
That's believable.
So I go to the doctor, and he does the initial, test. He's like, yeah, you got carpal tunnel. There's a surgery. We go and cut the nerve or whatever, however they do it. I'm like, well, how long am I going to be out of work? And he's like, well, first of all, probably about 2 or 3 weeks. And then second of all, you're going to have to ask your boss to give you a different job because, like this, you're going to re-irritate what I just fixed. And so I went to my boss and said, hey, I'm either going to have to leave work for 3 or 4 weeks. Well, they're just going to fire you. I was low man on the totem pole.
Yeah.
Screwing in carpet. So he said, okay. Well, the doctor told me now, but if you stop doing what's irritating it, if you stop using the screw gun and go to a different job, it'll naturally repair itself. So I thought, oh, it's great. I'm going to get out of the screw gun. Then they put me in insulation where I had to insulate the vans with, R15 or R whatever the hell.
Oh,
so I had to get so then at that time I had a spray gun of glue. You'd have to spray the side, the metal wall sides of the before.
Was it for sound?
Hold on. Yeah. Well, no. Yeah. So that when you put the walls in, it was real puffy and tight. Otherwise, the walls would just collapse in because the vans have little beams, support beams down every side. So you'd have to, and before they put the floor in.
Is this a lost art? Is this something that no one does anymore?
No,
do people still convert vans?
Yes.
Yeah, they do.
I mean, Explorer van does about 15 to 18 a day. They got a whole they got a whole production line. When I was there, they were doing 27 a day.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, who buys conversion vans? I mean,
a lot of people. So anyway, before they put the wood floor in, I went from station 6 to station 1 because you don't want to you put the glue because you're spraying glue, so you don't want that to get on the carpet or anything like that. So the insulation is one of the very, very first stations. The first station actually, Dan, is at a whole nother garage right across the street, and they cut the top of the van off.
Oh, they put like a cap on top of it, right? To make it taller?
It's called a topper. Uh-huh. So they'll get these tin shears, these electric shears, and they cut the entire top off. So when I was station number 2. So by the time it got to me, it had no top on it. I had to spray all the walls down with glue and stuff in insulation into each one of them, and then move on down the line. But when I wasn't installing the installation, the installation came in big long rolls. Well, you had to cut. There was templates for, the left side had, I think, 5 strips. The 2 back doors had 2 strips, and then the passenger side, I think, had 4 strips. And then so you had these templates. So you'd be, it only took a few minutes to put the installation in because you'd glue it, you'd spray the glue first, it'd start tacking up, then you'd lay in your insulation, right? Well, the people ahead of me, which was flooring, it only took me about 5 minutes to do my job, right? But it took them about 12. So for that 6 minutes, I'd be cutting insulation and have stacks of insulation ready. I'd have 4 or 5 4 or 5 vans worth of insulation pre-cut, getting ahead of the game. That way I could laze around a little bit.
Man, touching all that insulation, you had to be itchy.
Oh, I had 2 things I had to do. I had to lay the insulation, and then I had to drill. If you had to look at the worksheet, and Dan, if it had fog lights, if the van was had a fog light,
which every cool van did,
I had to drill the holes in the bumper. To the 2 holes in the bumper I didn't install the fog lights, but the holes were pre-drilled. So the guy that did install it, all he had to do was stick them in and screw them in and wire them up. So it was an unbelievable production, and then from flooring it goes to carpet, and from carpet then it goes to
8-track.
No, it was just. So I had carpal tunnel on me, and it fixed itself as long as I stopped doing what was irritating, and that was running a screw gun. What did they determine caused yours? Just being a rugged working man?
Yeah, just overuse.
Working on 17 computers at once.
True.
Yeah. No, just
overuse. Let me. You know what? I think one of these days you're going to get so proficient that you might be able to have both of your arms going with mouses. Now you got your right, but maybe eventually.
I got my left on the one keyboard and the for the Venmo Cash App.
Oh yeah,
he's like an organist.
So a very localized story, but I mean, Seth, arguably he's definitely a Hall of Famer. Is Steven Stamkos not a Hall of Famer?
Yeah, he is.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So we're talking about a guy that's going to be in the NHL Hall of Fame. He's what, a 3-time Stanley Cup champion?
2.
Well, he didn't win one in 04 here. He wasn't here yet, was he?
No, he came in 08.
08. So that's right. So we were back-to-backs. He was part of the back-to-back team.
Back-to-back and lost in the finals to the Avalanche.
So a 2-time Stanley Cup champion. Any MVPs, league MVPs?
No, he scored 60 in a season, though.
So Steven Stamkos, a lot of people, drafted in 2008, I think number 1 overall by the Tampa Bay Lightning, was absolutely. The Tampa Bay Lightning have had franchise faces over the years. Probably the most notable prior to Steven Stamkos would have been Vinny Lecavalier. Then we had Martin St. Louis, and prior to that we had Roman Hammerlink and Chris Gratton and a bunch other dudes. But the one that has been just the absolute best ever face of our franchise was number 91, Steven Stamkos. A lot of people cried. A lot of people just didn't know, if the team could even survive without him. And last night was his return to Amalie Arena, where the Lightning play in a Nashville. Is it the Predators?
Yeah,
in the Nashville Predators uniform. So I got to think this was very emotional for him. And does anybody know if this might be a question for Jay, because I think a lot of the Lightning live in Davis Island. I think that's kind of where they've.
I'm sure they all had damage too last month.
I wonder if he kept his house, because
a lot of them did.
I wonder if he kept his house because, one, and you're just continuing to build equity in Davis Island, and 2, I really think that as many years that he spent here, both of his children were born here and went to school here. I got to think that, he might retire here.
Well, he came here at the time that prices were reasonable and left at the time that prices were rocketing sky high. And since the storm, they've gone down.
A lot of people don't realize is he bought in Davis Island when he first got here in 08.
Cheap.
Right after the housing crisis, so he picked up something cheap. But I think it was, Seth, 2 or 3 years ago, he flipped his house. He sold. Somebody came in and offered him just astronomical amount of money for his house in Davis Island, and he wanted to be in. This is when he was still a Lightning. He wanted to remain on Davis Island. That he went and found a fixer-upper. And
I thought he sent his realtor door to door, seeing if anybody was willing to sell. He wanted to stay.
He did, and he found somebody, but was still up. Still after selling his house and buying the other house.
He sold it for $16 million and bought the new one for $8.3 million.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I had heard that. I had heard $7 million. So maybe it was 8, but so he flipped and was able to stay on the island and make $8 million.
And then that house appreciated.
Oh, yeah.
Especially if he sold it before these last 2 storms. Because apparently these last 2 storms kicked these waterfront houses right in the teeth as far as value.
Really?
Yeah. A lot of people are just dumping them.
Especially the ones that are that are not up to code, the ones that were built, the
ones that got washed out.
Yeah, the ones that were built, in the 70s and 80s that were just literally ground floor. Like Jay's is coded, meaning his is up 11, 12 feet. Jay, even at the worst, which was not Helene, it was what was the first one that got the most?
Helene.
No, Helene
flooded the worst.
Even Helene, Jay didn't get any water in the home.
No, just the garage.
Just the garage.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what
I think the pool.
The new code is intended to do.
Right.
It's like, listen, the garage will never. Your house would have to be 22 feet tall in order for us to build your garage. How would you even get into a garage at 11-foot elevation? You'd have to have a ramp to get in there.
Well, that's the problem. It becomes too steep. And so,
Right.
Like Steven's house, the dad got it when it was brand new, I think, in the mid-90s. And the house itself is very high. And the garage is only a foot or two lower, but the steepness from the street to his garage is scary. It's like a 40-degree angle.
Right. So anyway, Stamkos makes his return last night. How's he doing in Nashville?
He's not doing great.
He's not able to set himself on the right-hand side during the power play and smoke him in?
No.
And how's Nashville doing?
They're all right. I mean, the Lightning, I know the Lightning are 6-3.
Lightning went in overtime.
Yes.
So here is and the Lightning did a real nice presentation for him. And this was it last night. This is Steven Stamkos' return to Tampa.
It's our first time out.
What's that, Lemmy?
Nashville's 3-5-1.
3-5-1.
Yeah.
Okay.
First time out. We are staying right here the moment the crowd at Amalie Arena has been.
Oh, remind me, Lummy, did you see what Jeffrey Vinnick did to his employees?
No. Oh.
So Jeffrey Vinnick came in and bought the Lightning. Help me out here, Seth. Bought the Lightning in maybe 10, 11. It's when Lynn Barry and Oren Koules, who was the guy who invented the Saul franchise. They came in and bought it. They just, they actually are the ones that drafted Stamkos. They were having tough operating capital time. And so
they didn't know what they were doing.
Exactly. So this guy, Jeffrey Vinnick, who runs a huge hedge fund, I think it was a minority owner of the Boston Red Sox, comes in and buys the Tampa Bay Lightning, and he absolutely is just an amazing person. He's really philanthropic. He just, it's just unbelievable. Well, he went through, I think, a little bit of a nasty divorce, and he sold a majority of the stake of the Lightning to a couple other hedge fund guys, with the caveat that he's going to run the team for 3 years, and he's still going to maintain minority ownership. And so in selling it, I think he sold. I think you can maybe look it up. I think it ended up being like $1.6 billion for the portion that he sold. And he has, I think there's 300 employees that work for Amalie Arena, between ushers and ticket takers and concession workers and the guy who drives the Zamboni machine and all this kind of deal. And he gave all 300 workers a bonus between $50,000 and $66,000.
Oh, Jesus. That's awesome.
Like, if you were just a dude that isn't, you got to fit the minimum. The minimum was 50.
Was it not for? It wasn't just for full-time employees.
I heard it was for 300 employees. So perhaps that is only full-time, and maybe a ticket taker. And some of those people are not full-time employees, but I heard the number was 300.
It's a lot of people who already make a ton of money, but it is very nice for Jeffrey Vinnick to do that.
I mean, a lot of guys don't take the windfall of what they, made on the franchise and give it back to the, he didn't really owe them anything.
I've never heard of an owner doing that. You know, I've never heard of that that kind of bonusing.
Me either.
$50K an employee.
Yeah,
it's more than their salaries. Some of them.
So here is Stamkos' return.
Been waiting for.
This dream come true. I'm so proud of each and every single person within this organization, and I couldn't be happier to share with every single person in this building tonight.
Oh man, look, you can tell he's crying.
Yeah,
I'd
he's
be
choked up. His eyes.
I'd be crying too, man. I really would be.
Especially stuff in Nashville.
And I got to tell you, man, I've not been to a lot of arenas during hockey games, but the Tampa Bay Lightning have to have one of the best audio-visual presentations in the entire league. Seth, I don't know if you know.
Oh no, they pride themselves on making
on their
it,
production.
Oh yeah, they want to make it a whole experience, not just a hockey game.
Right. Hell, it makes me want to cry.
The best hockey town ever. Have you seen Stamkos?
Look at Coop. What a good dude.
Did they have to get rid of him?
Yeah. I mean, didn't they, Seth, if they just to make the numbers work and to be able to be competitive, his $8 million that he was going to get we couldn't make that work, could we?
They could have, but it probably would have set the franchise back a little bit to pay somebody who was on the back end of their career. I think they made the right move. I just don't think they handled it well.
Yeah, I think there was a communication breakdown.
Well, they strung Stamkos along all year. He started off the year last year, going, no one's talked to me about a contract, and then they were trying to lowball him for like $3 million a year, and then he ended up getting, I think, like 6, 7, or 8 from Nashville. So, I mean, they tried, but they just made the effort to sign him just so they could say they made the effort.
And maybe 5 would have kept him at 5. If you're getting 6, 7 in Nashville. Maybe you stay home for 5, right?
Yeah, but they didn't come off 3 from what I heard.
Hockey basketball players make so much more than hockey players if they both play in arenas and they both play a similar number of games.
And quite frankly, hockey is worse on your body than NBA.
Less of a career.
I think of all the sports, the NBA is probably the most overpaid. Probably. And here's the deal, man. Hockey, baseball, and NBA all their contracts are guaranteed. And football is the only sport where I think the average playing shelf life is 3 or 4 years. And none of it's guaranteed unless you're a Patrick Mahomes or a Deshaun Watson or something like that. Like, it's not, if you get hurt halfway through the season and they cut you or something you don't get your money. You don't get your money.
Man goes open. Shoot! Look at the players going crazy for Steven.
They're trying to make him cry, let me to get him off his game. We're watching this visually, probably audibly. It's tough to see what we're doing. But we're watching a tribute to Steven Stamkos, the Lightning put together last night as he returned as a Nashville Predator to Amalie Arena the first time since he left. And it shows him looking at the big screen. Then at this point, I think he's going to probably come out to the middle. Yeah. Man, if you're Coop, do you go out there and give him a big hug, or
you should,
or not? I mean,
probably beforehand. They handled a lot of the stuff.
Right.
This is before the game started, right?
Yeah.
No, it's during the game.
It's during?
Yeah.
In the middle of the game, they did this?
Yeah.
That's weird.
Oh, this isn't before the game?
No, sir.
This is like
they do it in the commercial break.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, so people on TV didn't see this, Seth. This was an in-game, like...
it depends. Normally, Bally's... this looks like it was the Nashville feed. Normally, Bally's local stays live when the Lightning... Because the Lightning have been doing these for the last 3 years for everybody that they couldn't afford after they won a cup. So this has been... So Stamkos has seen 12 of these, you know?
Yeah, they got a template, right?
Everybody that won a cup and came back, got a video piece.
They got a 340-minute video piece knowing how long the network's gone for, right?
I mean, if you played 4 minutes in 01, you're getting a video package or 21.
Yeah, so he can't go out and hug him now in the middle of the game.
No.
Hoop looks a little disappointed. A little choked up. He looks a little emotional.
Yeah, well, of course. He should be a heel and gone and just whacked the logo with his stick and rubbed his ass on it.
Put the Canadian flag in the middle of the center ice.
He should have gone down and like pulled his pants down and start assing up the logo like a dog scooching, right? Done a big D-Generation-esque suck it.
Yeah, but
right?
Hockey players are classy guys.
Man, I don't think
nobody would ever do that.
I don't think people will ever know what this guy went through, man, and what kind of a leader this guy was, and everything he did to every player, every family that came into the Lightning ever since Marty and Vinny left. Like Stamkos has been the leader ever since a young age. When they were in the bubble the first year they won the cup, and he was injured. His wife had a miscarriage. He came home, went to be with her, went back into the bubble, got healthy, came back for the biggest goal in Lightning history when he played injured. I mean, and when they beat the Stars,
and he scored and he came in, caught the puck on the right hand side, razzle dazzled, scored, and then never played again.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
I wonder what the score is at this point.
0-0.
All right, there you go.
He's sitting here and he's got no emotion on his face, and that's not what's inside. I'm looking at the Tampa bench, and they're all staring at this video of Stamkos all through his days, and a couple of times John Cooper was just literally mouthing wow as he watched it. You remember the connection between player, city, team, teammates. That was awesome.
I mean, Seth makes an interesting point after Vinny and whoever had left. Every new guy that came into the team that was going to be, a full timer, he took a side and would tell.
He was always the first. Whenever I interviewed all those guys, especially the ones that always got traded here first, those were the first guys they'd have me interview. Every single time, who reached out first? Stamkos, first person to reach out to me.
Wow.
Every time.
Wow. When we return, Dan, I'm sure you're familiar with the new Ferrari.
Yes, and I watched the video. I did the show prep. Thank you, Lummy.
And are you going to order it?
Can't.
Why?
Because I'm not in that category to Ferrari.
Oh, really?
To get cars like this, you literally have to have a $10 million plus Ferrari collection. Otherwise, they laugh at you.
So hold on.
These cars are guaranteed to triple in value.
So hold on.
Oh.
And I got to think you being the arrogant, doctor, lawyer combo, borderline narcissistic douchebag, that if you being in a I don't know of any categories in life that you're in the
you're not in.
Hold on. You just kind of took me back by saying the guy that I hold on a pedestal of being the man, you're actually in a laughed at, you're in a...
Dude, to Ferrari, I'm the guy with a bucket picking up rocks at your track. That's who I am to Ferrari.
For real?
Yeah.
How about
they
the guy?
Give two rats' asses
how about
me.
the guy next door?
Same thing, dude. In fact, he got jobbed out worse than me. They sold him a lemon and won't even take it back.
No,
he got jobbed out as bad as it gets. He got jobbed out like Stamkos.
How about in the Lamborghini world?
Oh, he's a powerful guy there.
Now, isn't he?
I'm getting there.
Yeah.
In the Lamborghini world, they take me seriously.
I don't think you even own a Ferrari currently.
Me?
Yeah, you.
Yeah,
no.
I have a Testarossa.
Oh, that's right. You have an
And I have a Ferrari race car, a 48 Challenge Evo.
Oh, okay.
I still got 2.
Does Ferrari look down on you that you got the Cybertruck, or do you think they're cool with that?
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
What are these cars stickering for?
I bet you that car stickers for 2.5.
Oh, see, I didn't have any idea it was that big a deal.
Yeah, and they'll be going on the market right now for flipping, probably, which they'll probably make you sign something that says you won't flip it. But I bet you the post pre-market is $4 million, and that car will be worth 6 or 7 eventually. But it's a 6-cylinder. The fuck wants a 6-cylinder?
How fast is it though? It's 1,200 horsepower. 217,
just as fast as the SF90. I mean, it's a little faster on the track than the SF90, but it only has 200 horsepower more. Same top end, 217. It's essentially a fancy SF90 with a smaller engine. It's pretty though. It's good looking. It's got a big tail that comes up and moves. Hey, big buck, good morning. Race car is good. Has some wiring issues. Getting fixed right now. But thank God the other cars were not around because they would have gotten all flooded out. It was completely fucked. Abe, right around, big buck. King Powers. Those are Bob. Danny G. Sacco. Jay Willie, Lon Diva, Brandon Reeves. Human, Bubba the God.
Where are you? Virginia.
You're not there. No player. I kind of agree with that. I think it would be funny. What's up, T
More than
and T?
1,500 migrants have been dropped off on the
60.
streets of San Diego,
Good morning.
California, after the county's Migrant Welcome Center ran out of money and shut down at the end of February. San Diego County Supervisor Jim Desmond joins me now for more on the impact that he is seeing there of this migrant crisis and on his community. Jim, we just showed a little bit of the video of you. You've been on the ground there. What have you seen? What are your greatest?
Well, as you saw in that video, there's roughly now
That's cool.
6 and 9
Terry's great, isn't he?
People
Point right
More
out.
than
Yeah,
1,500.
in San Diego County at that transit stop in southern.
Oh man. What's up, Napa Mike? Thank you again. Oh.
See you Friday, man, Mike. Thank you.
I hadn't been down to that part of Tampa in a long time.
Welcome back in the commercial break. We're watching this video in from Bill Mallusion on some migrants that are being dropped off. He has an update for us from
What up, Buckster?
What are you seeing?
Hundreds of illegal immigrants have just been mass street released from Border Patrol custody. This bus you see right here.
Are they still doing the migrant thing? I thought that cooled off. I thought
There's still 28 million of them sitting around doing nothing, man.
I just felt like we were locked in on who we were voting for.
Hey,
Then we
Lovey.
get back to the problems. Lovey's out. He's out of the studio.
All right.
You need something?
Nope.
Man, I can't believe the Yankees are gonna get swept, man.
I know.
Look at this.
Stop watching. Otani couldn't swing.
He
should have
can't-
pitched to him the first fucking time he was at bat. They walked him.
Really?
The second time he reached for a ball, man, he was swinging like this and letting go. He
They-
couldn't fucking swing.
They said like it was just his back shoulder, so he'd be okay.
Bullshit, dude. You see him crying in pain?
No.
First time I ever saw him not smile while playing baseball.
Wow, man. Well, he's got to stay out there. They're not gonna take him out. What up, Quicker Ticker Grouper Lips?
You're 69 at 45 months.
What was the Hillary Clinton one? Can you find it for me again?
Oh, yeah.
And send it to me?
Yep.
As his hand goes through the second part of the swing, the follow through, it just rips the shoulder.
Let me know.
Okay.
You can see it. He's letting go of the bat early, and he was like, you can see wince.
Well, you know he's coming off Tommy John too, right? Because that's why he didn't pitch this year. Yeah,
Tommy John's like the elbow, right?
I thought it was the elbow or the shoulder. It's elbow.
Yeah, I was trying to see if I had it in my X.
I thought you did.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Yesterday, like at 5 o'clock, right before I'm trying to start my TT9 night regiment, the head of the Indiana Bubba Army Mafia alumni, as you know, the great John Costica, dropped 100 on PayPal yesterday. So thank you, John. Thank you so very much. I gotta get I don't know why my PayPal's not coming up right now. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army. Let me see here. Boom. Just want to make sure I got it. Make sure. Yeah. John, starting Tuesday off the right way, and this was yesterday, like at 4:30. So thank you, John. I never knew that I'd be talking to Dan Diaco, and he said, in the world that you're talking about right now, I am a bitch. I'm a little rock picking up bitch. I could go down to Ferrari. I think you buy your Ferraris in Fort Lauderdale. That's where you
Yes, I bought most of them there.
And
I bought one or two here in Tampa, but the Fort Lauderdale dealer is the one that I bought the race car from and a bunch of other cars. So Jay buys most of his from there, too.
So you couldn't even call up right now. Do you have and I'm assuming you probably have a guy over there.
Oh, I have a few guys,
right,
real high up, and they've been there for 15 years.
So give me just one of your guys' first names, just a first name. Ronnie, a Lamborghini of Fort Lauderdale. Hi, I'd like to talk to Ronnie, please. Okay, can you tell him it's Dr. Dan Diaco? Sure, no problem. And you go, Ronnie, Dan. He goes, hey Dan, how you doing, bud? Like because you've probably bought 2, 3, 4 Ferraris from Ronnie, and he, usually probably will take care of anything you need.
Sure will.
If you said,
he gives me secrets, and
So what's this? You're going to be Ronnie, okay?
Okay.
And I'm going to be Dan. Now, what is this called? The Ferrari F80.
F80.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Ronnie. Need a solid from you, buddy.
Hey, what's up, Dan?
Is there any way you can, I can get on the list, or I can get at sticker relatively soon a Ferrari F80?
Well, Dan, that's going to be kind of tough.
Okay, well, I mean, I got the money.
Yeah, but you didn't get the SF90XX, and, I mean, how many Ferraris do you have?
Right now I got 2. I got a track Ferrari, and then I got an old school Testarossa.
Well, what happened to the SF90?
I sold it for
salvage.
No, I sold it because I bought a Lamborghini.
Oh.
I bought like that, that Lamborghini SUV gimmick. Everybody with, So yeah, and to be honest with you, Ronnie, I'm kicking myself in the ass. I should have never sold that SF90. I should have never have. God dang, that was a nice car. But anyway, listen, I've been with you for years, Ronnie. Just shoot me straight, Ronnie. Don't even try to, just shoot me straight.
Well, Dan, there's only going to be about 500 of them made, and pretty much Ferrari is the one determining who gets the cars. We don't have as much say as we do with other cars. So if Ferrari doesn't approve you, then you're not going to get one. And based on what I've seen, you have about 0 chance of getting approved.
Ronnie, I'm not even at 1%.
No, man, I can get you all kinds of cars. If you want to buy every car that Ferrari makes right now, they still will laugh at you.
You can say, I could buy anything that's on the lot right now. Maybe even
the
get
whole
a good
dealership.
So you're saying it could be Diaco Ferrari, and I'm
Yes.
still not getting one?
It'd be tough. I mean,
Hold on, that might be the only way you do get one.
Right,
is if
you have to
buy
be a
the
dealer.
dealership.
You have to be a dealer.
Dan, I'll
Yeah.
tell you what. Mr. McGillicuddy owns this dealership. He has for 25 years. I don't know what he would take for it, but if you'd like to buy this dealership, that's probably going to be the only way you get one.
Yeah,
right.
I bet you they go. I bet you they're going for $2.5 million.
Now what are they stickering for?
2.5. I bet.
All
2
right,
to
so,
2.5.
So they're going to make 500,
right?
And there are people that now would you have had to have got on a list?
You would probably have had to have owned a LaFerrari or their SP3 or one of the Monza cars.
Okay.
And have, like I said, like 8 cars in your Ferrari collection that are worth money. Old ones, new ones, an eclectic collection. They want ambassadors of the brand.
Right.
Internationally, it's 500 in the whole world. There's people in Japan that have millions and millions of dollars.
And all those Arab sheiks and all that kind of deal.
They all get them.
When they buy Ferraris, they buy 7 of them for them and their friends.
Yep. Those are the ones that get those cars.
Could you get your hands on a 2026 Ford Fusion before it comes out?
I think I have a connection.
But
it's a cool car. I mean, look at it.
Here it is.
Unreal.
Here's the new Ferrari F80. Is it out?
I bet you it comes out in about 12 to 16 months. They usually tease them about a year and a half before they roll
that
out.
long, huh?
Yeah.
You think anybody else in town will have one, Dan?
In Tampa?
Yeah.
Hold on. That's a great question.
That is a good question.
Is there anybody? These are so scarce that you're not getting one.
Well, Don Wallace had an Enzo. I don't know anyone in Tampa that had a LaFerrari.
So hold on. What I'm saying is, how about the guy that owns Amateur Works? Doesn't that guy got a real?
He's a guy that could theoretically buy one because he just bought a Bugatti. I mean, the guy's got ridiculous money. So,
who has the best car collection in town? Him?
It's hard to argue what is the best car collection, and some people would say it would have to be a mix of old cars and new cars. Some people would say it would have to be just old cars. I love Chaz's collection. He's got cars that I would own. I don't care about a 1936, Ford pickup truck with a split window. That doesn't excite me.
I know, but hold on. If you're going to have an extensive car collection, some of those old Packards,
I understand they're neat, and get a steam engine. I mean, I get an old local, choo-choo train.
Hold on, like Jay Leno has. Jay Leno might have one of the most impressive car collections because he has that steam engine.
Right, I understand that. I think Jay Leno has one of the most important car collections in the world and is one of the most important car people in the world because he's spread that love and what he's preserved to the world. I really respect Jay Leno for his car collection. He's not just a guy just collecting cars. He's doing it for the history of it.
My dad's car collection, although only 4 1932 Fords,
but it's important.
But he's putting together an Arden, a V8, a flathead V8 Arden. They only made 250 sets of Arden heads. Hemispheric Arden super blown heads, and my dad's got a couple pair of them. So the Roadster, the Highboy Roadster that my dad's building, is going to have this Arden motor in it. I need to actually get some pictures of it and show people. My dad is just so unbelievable when it comes to restoring. Like, that's the thing about my dad, Dan. My dad doesn't buy finished car. Like Jay Leno buys finished cars.
Well, I think he probably does a couple both. I mean, I think he's bought some barns.
Jay Leno doesn't know how to restore. My dad completely does all the restoration.
You don't know how rugged Jay Leno is?
I know that he
almost blew up with a steam engine.
I know that he couldn't. I know that he couldn't put 17 coats of lacquer on a 1932 Ford B400.
He could not. But he could spin a car at 200 and survive.
Okay, all right. So here is this new this is the first look of the Ferrari F80. Now, Dan, does this do it for you?
Oh yeah, I love this car. It's beautiful.
Now, Dan, how much? Because I've been getting into F1 more. Mm-hmm. I really have. Mm-hmm. And it's just unbelievable the amount of money they spend on it. And it's just so competitive. Mercedes, Red Bull, McLaren, who are the big players?
Yes, those.
Now, Red Bull, what power plant does Red Bull use?
Right now they're using a Honda.
Okay.
I believe.
So they were
using Renault.
How much technology do they take from the F1 track and infuse it into new stuff like this?
A lot. The whole hybrid situation started with race cars. They also have electric motors on the turbos here, which is something that I think started in Formula One, where the turbo spools, not just from the exhaust pressure, but also electric motor starting it up, so there's no turbo lag. The suspensions are all based completely out of Formula One.
Brakes.
The brakes haven't changed much over the last 10 years, Bubba.
So,
They're still
listen,
carbon brakes.
Yeah, but listen to this, man. So when Tony Stewart, good friend of mine, they did, when he was still racing for Cup, they did an experiment where they brought Lewis Hamilton over here, and it was at like the, I think might have been Watkins Glen or something like that, or Pocono, whatever the road course was, and they put Lewis Hamilton in Tony's number 20 Home Depot car, and Lewis Hamilton's is like, it felt like a dump truck, like he,
right.
And then they put Tony and Lewis Hamilton's F1. Now it was raining that day, so they had put rain tires on, and that drastically reduces how aggressive you can be. But Tony's out of it wasn't the acceleration, it wasn't the paddle shifting, it wasn't the downshifting, how you can be going from 200 mile an hour down to 90 just with 3 clicks of a paddle shift while applying the brake. Tony said out of everything. Now, Tony was don't forget, Tony Stewart was an IndyCar champion.
Right. He's driven everything.
Yeah, but even Indy cars pale in comparison to F1.
When it comes to the braking.
And knowing everything. Indy cars might cost $300,000 or $400,000, $500 max, all in.
Right.
An F1 car is about $20 million.
Yes.
So
big difference.
Yeah. So Tony drove the F1, did super good, but he's like, the biggest difference was the braking. He's like, man, you can literally smash those brakes. They'll stop on a dime. They won't skid. They won't spin you out. Like, out of everything, the acceleration, the gearbox, the downforce, everything, Tony was most impressed with the braking, just how good the braking is. So I'm sure that they've really developed their braking technologies and really
they're giant carbon fiber rotors with special pads. And my SF90 was awesome on the brakes. And
hold on, Seth's brake job cost all in about.
I heard somebody say rotors, man. Those things are heavy. I carried them to my car.
Hold on. So in F1 and for their carbon, their rotors, instead of being made out of steel like yours are, they're made out of carbon fiber.
Right. And
so,
the rotors for my Ferrari Challenge car are $5,000 each.
That's what I'm saying. So what's a brake job for a Ferrari?
His rotors equal my car, my Fusion.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I switched to steel rotors for the race car because it was impractical. I couldn't swing 20K every 6 months for new rotors and $1,000 every 2 weekends for new pads. I mean, they're really expensive, but they do stop.
Oh man,
they stop you on a dime. It's unbelievable.
Here's the deal. Here's the deal. They'll give you 4 or 5 tenths too. I mean, carbon fiber brakes just compared to steel rotor brakes, you're shaving a half second off your time easily.
Yeah, it's hard to get them too hot.
Right. So this is the brand new F80 1200 horsepower 4-wheel drive LaFerrari successor. So you probably had to own a LaFerrari. I'm not even familiar with the LaFerrari.
The LaFerrari was it was like 950 horsepower hybrid, similar to this. This is just an evolution.
Is that what Fabrizi bought?
No, he bought a 296.
Okay. He just got it like
entry
6 months ago.
Did he get it?
I think so, yeah. 3-year wait.
Yeah. So this is more like their
welcome everyone.
Their prototype slash the road track courses like the Le Mans car, the prototypes that do the LMPs.
Yeah.
I think this car is based a little bit more on that than the Formula One car.
Now, but
there's similar technology.
Could you take this car to Sebring this weekend and be faster than anybody on the course?
It's 4 seconds faster than the SF90 on the track, so probably yes. That car with the horsepower and downforce would be probably
in the
unless there's a prototype car
in the racing division of Sebring. What is the unlimited? The Pro GT? What's the limit? What's the highest division of cars?
LMP1, the equivalent of the LMP1 or the old P900s.
All right, so
what this car is based on.
So they have a division called the LMP1.
Right.
And that means you have to have a bona fide, badass, basically.
It's a 1,000 horsepower hybrid car like this is.
Right. And so how would this car do in the LMP1 division?
Well, it didn't have the same tires, but the LMP1 cars at Sebring do like 145. And the GT cars,
by the way, a minute 45.
Minute 45. And then the GT type cars, the cars that look like normal cars, like Porsches and stuff, those cars do it in just a little over 2 minutes.
I was going to say 210?
Not even less, 205,
To
202.
Maranello and to a world in which this thing now exists. It's called the Ferrari F80 and it's the unicorn.
Tyler was on a race simulator when he lived with me, and he was in I forget what Jay put him in. Put him in something, maybe a Porsche GT something. I don't know what he was in. But Tyler was clicking off like 152s, 153s, and something.
Well, he's a real race car driver.
No, I'm saying I don't know what it was, but it was. I remember Jake came over and did the simulator, and so did you guys. You guys both did, and it was very realistic and.
Yes, no, absolutely.
Unbelievable.
We've all been waiting for the next chapter in Ferrari's hypercar bloodline. It's ultimate. Very
proud of myself. He won a sprint car race.
Awesome.
At Volusia this weekend. He's won 2 in a row now. His last 2, he drives for Robbie Smith and Wesley Smith. I'm appreciative that they're putting him in a car. Thank you, guys. Otherwise, I don't know. I don't know if he has the funding or the sponsorships to be racing right now. So the Smiths are keeping him in a race car, and he's remaining relevant, and he's winning. Listen, he's as much of a sad spot in my heart for this particular topic. I love to see that he's still racing, and he's just. I don't know if people know how good he really is. He is so good. And you know what? Just the politics of NASCAR, and your dad has to ride. Hey, NASCAR's gotten. Let me just tell you this: NASCAR's gotten so bad that Tony Stewart got out of it. So what does that tell you?
It's bad.
And one of the reasons why Tony got out of it is because you no longer have to. NASCAR no longer takes the best drivers. NASCAR now sees who dads can write the biggest checks. That's what most of racing has become. If racing was to strip itself down and you're going to the dirt tracks and the asphalt tracks around America, the Saturday night, small tracks, and you are out looking for the best drivers, Seth Gary's getting a ride, Michael Atwell's getting a ride, a Tyler Clem's getting a ride, a Nicholas Snyder's getting a ride, a Danny Sams is getting a ride. These kids, there's these there's about 4 or 5 kids in the Florida area, Michael Atwell, Tyler Clem, Seth Gary, Nicholas Snyder, that all could race on the next level, whether it be Xfinity, whether it be Cup, but they'll never get an opportunity because none of their fathers have the means to write a $3 million check. And it used to be that Gibbs and Penske and all these guys would go and find the Carl Edwardses and the Tony Stewarts and the Jeff Gordons and the Kenny Schraders and the Jimmy Johnsons and Clint Boyers. You would go find those people at your local dirt tracks, and you'd pick up a Michael Atwell, or you'd pick up a Seth Gary or a Tyler Clem, and that you would bring them through your program, and you'd be in the big time. Well, now you can't. That's no longer an option. Now your dad writes a check. It's $2.5 million to get your kid into ARCA. It's $3.5 million to get your kid into trucks. It's $5 million to get him in an Xfinity, and it's $8 million to get him into. Literally, Lummy, if I had $8 million, I could write a check right now, and Tyler would be in Cup next year. But the thing about Tyler is, and the Michael Outwells and the people that I mentioned before, Big Reds, Seth Gary, is that if we had money and we could write checks for these kids aren't getting in. They would get in because we wrote them a check, but these kids are good. They're good. There's about 5 or 6 kids from Florida that could be good, but that's no longer the template. I asked Tony one time, Tony, could you have made it in any form of racing if your father, Stewart, His father is named Nelson, and he was a shop teacher at Columbus East High School. Shop teacher. I said, if Nelson had to write a check in order to get you in order to get you into the competitive level of USAC or whatever, would you have been like, no, we didn't have any money. My mom was a homemaker and my dad was a shop teacher. So like, racing sucks. Racing's horrible. But anyway, congratulations to my son, and more importantly, thank you to Robbie and Wesley Smith for giving him an opportunity to drive a sprint car. My son is so good. He is so good. He is such a good driver. It breaks my heart that I can't.
Let's get Papa Clem back in the fold.
Yeah, Papa Clem ain't got no money.
Who are the guys that sponsor him again? The Lewises?
No.
Who'd you say?
Wesley and Robbie Smith.
The Smiths. The Smithses.
The Smith brothers.
Smith brothers.
The Smith brothers.
Let's get Bubba in victory lane with Tyler. Let's go.
I'm just appreciative that they're giving him a ride. I don't need to go and disrupt.
So Bubba, say today you won the lottery, you got $50 million. Would you write that $5 million check for him today?
Yep.
You didn't even hesitate.
Yep, I would. I've never hesitated on writing a check for racing when I had it. And I would write it and I'd say, listen, you know what? While I write this check and let's really dedicate on getting in shape, and let's bury this hatchet that we have. And I want to have a meeting with you, your girlfriend, her family, your mom, your stepfather, me, the Merch Crick, Tara, and my grandma.
That's an intervention.
Well, I think Bubba, with all those strings attached, based on what I've seen for the last couple of years, I think that he'd be foolish enough to say no.
And I would say, and all we're going to do is we're going to get in a room and we're going to air out our indifferences, and we're all going to be friends. Nobody's talking crap about anybody. And we're all have a common goal, and that is for you to do the best that you can in this particular sport. And but you have to have a relationship with every facet of your family, from your stepfather to the Merch Crick, from Augie to Erica, and Grandma and Tara and everybody. And we want to have a relationship with your girlfriend. We don't want any. We have to fix this moving forward. We're all not going to be here. Half of the people in this room are going to be dead in 15 years. So enjoy your family. Enjoy this opportunity. And I write this check, and I'm going to give you an opportunity to show your skill set. But it comes with a caveat, and it's not repairing a relationship with me necessarily. It's repairing a relationship with your entire family, your mother, your stepfather, your grandma, Nana, my mom, my sister, me.
Is there ever a scenario where that happens without you giving him $5 million?
I don't know. I don't know. I would hope.
Expression of technology.
Speaking of $5 million, Dan, could a guy keep this for 2 years and flip it for 5?
Yep, 4.5,
and performance,
5, absolutely.
And my word.
Now, if you got this, would you even put a mile on it?
See, that's the disappointing thing. You know, with my SF90, I had like 4,500 miles on it before I lost it.
And that was starting to get a little long in the tooth, wasn't it?
Well, I was only 2 years old, but still, it was a lot of miles for a car like that, because these guys get these cars and they put 300 miles in 5 years. Which is a shame. It's like having a hot girl and not having sex with her. Look at this pretty girl that I'm hanging out with, but I can't kiss her and I can't have sex with her, and she can't, she won't go down on me. But look how pretty she is.
But I want to waller her out.
Yeah,
but then she's not good for the next guy.
Well, good. It's because if you don't drive it, someone else will, and if you don't F her, someone else will. It's the story of life, man.
Great words to go by. Lummy, when I return. Did you see this? These migrants.
Oh,
I guess Fox was like at
trying to vote
somewhere in St. Well, I mean, they're getting.
Hell yeah, baby! Get here before Tuesday.
It's like
get you a sticker.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Welcome back in the commercial break. We're watching. Welcome back in the.
I don't feel that way, and the joke sucked. Like, if you just say that, you'd be great.
By the way, Puerto Rico's votes on the general election are ceremonial. There's no electoral college for Puerto Rico.
But Puerto Ricans are going to vote all over.
Puerto Rican Americans would vote. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because Kamala Harris got a Bad Bunny endorsement yesterday. And he's one of the biggest artists in Puerto Rico.
Bad Bunny does?
Bad Bunny. Bad Bunny, J-Lo, and Ricky Martin all came out in support of Kamala.
Ricky Martin still around?
Oh, baby, is he ever. I don't know why this shit pops up on my Twitter. I get it all.
He hasn't gotten canceled yet. He hasn't gotten in trouble yet, has he? Ricky Martin?
No.
Isn't anything bad yet?
No, he didn't do anything.
Big loner.
I mean, unless he's guilty of making a fucking hit song. Living la vida loca.
I wonder how much he fucking made off that song.
Her eyes are devil red and her lips the color mocha. I mean, he's probably still making money off it.
He probably still gets $30 grand a night to play at one time.
Oh my god.
I wonder what pedophile...
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Let me still have connection with Giant Recreation World. You can go to giantrecreationworld.com. Once you get a hold of somebody, whether you're buying a brand new Class C or a pop-up or a bumper pull or a fifth wheel or something used, or their infamous rental department where you want to go to the Daytona 500 next February and you're starting to plan, you're getting your tickets and your camping passes, and you're like, really don't have a camper or anything. can go to Giant Recreation World. More specifically, I have a connection there. Ask for Tom in rental. He'll take care of you. But it's the best, man. If you're going to like well, like if Macho Man's music festival offered camping, you could literally call Giant Recreation World up or go to giantrecreationworld.com. Say, hey, I'm gonna be here this particular time. I need the camper or my RV or my bus or whatever you rent from them. I need it set up by, I'm going to be, getting here at this time. I need it set up by this time. I need towels. I need sheets. I need utensils. I need, some pans and to cooking utensils. And, they provide it all. Bedding, the whole nine yards. You literally walk in with your toothbrush, clothes, maybe some food that you're gonna, prepare. I'd just bring a Presto pizza maker and about 5 frozen pizzas is what I would do. But Giant Recreation World has an unbelievable rental portion of their business. I've used them several times. I'm using them again for my Winter Nationals this year. Thank you so much. Go to three convenient locations. Go to giantrecreationworld.com for more information. It looks like, I'm not saying people are getting more desperate the closer we're getting to,
they are.
1 week. 1 week.
Wow.
1 week.
Wow. Are we doing a show that night?
Yes, we are. We're doing
Tuesday
a show.
Night?
What's that?
Tuesday night?
Yep, Tuesday night. You and Brian will be here. Me,
Can we
Seth.
put on the big gloves?
What? No, you're not going to put on the big gloves. You guys are going to play nice. And Lummy, what time should we start that? Also people I don't know if you guys know this, but everybody needs to be paying attention. This is daylight savings fallback an hour weekend.
Oh, God.
What do you mean, oh, God? You get an extra hour.
Yeah, but I hate when it gets dark at 5:30. It just depresses.
I love that. I love that extra hour on Sunday.
It's nice.
So Saturday night, Sunday morning at 2 a.m.
Get ready, baby.
Kick your clocks back an hour. And everybody, make that an adjustment. This weekend is, fallback, spring forward, and we're at fallback. So at 2 in the morning or 2 or 3, 2 in the morning on Saturday night, Sunday morning becomes 1 in the morning. So don't forget about that. We're 1 week away from the infamous election. What time? The polls start closing like at 6, 7, right?
6 is Indiana and Kentucky, and 7 is pretty much the rest of the South.
All right, so do you want to get here you want to start at 7 or 8? Because I'm thinking,
7.
Okay, 7.
Yeah.
Because they'll start having early returns and, like a lot of, California can usually call it within the first 15 seconds.
There'll be enough to talk about before polls start closing.
Yeah, exactly. So we're agreeing with 7 p.m.
And we're going clear until 10 a.m. the next day?
No.
So the election's resolved, so it could be weeks.
Well, I think last time we shut it down like at 11:30.
Yeah, about that.
So we could all,
Yeah.
But it's real patriotic to go deep into the night, Bubba, to see if anything happens.
Well, maybe we should bring some air mattresses and just plan on spending the night.
And just go all night long with the coverage?
Well, maybe not all night long, but, I don't know. We'll figure it out.
I want to go all night long.
All right. We'll talk privately how we can go all night long.
Okay.
Because there's some things I have to probably bring and things, just... listen.
Like what, party favors?
Listen, don't start breaking my words down.
Galaxy gas? Okay, all right.
Yeah, Dan might have to bring the laughing gas.
Okay, we'll prepare.
And here's the deal. Dan, I think the legalities of laughing gas is if you're a doctor, you can administer it. But,
in a medical context.
Okay, right. This is not a medical facility. So, no laughing gas.
None.
So, anyway, next Tuesday, a week from today at 7 p.m., we'll start our election. Who will be the next president of the United States coverage. We did it 4 years ago. I think this will be the first time that we had the same people. Well, we still got a week for people to get fired and quit. But I think this will be the first time that we had the same lineup 4 years ago.
I wasn't here.
Oh, you weren't here?
No, sir.
Okay.
But we could pretend I was to make what you just said feel right.
Yeah. Nope, I didn't know that. What's been your service dates? What was your initial service date?
I was February 20. I was February 2020 to like February 2021.
So 1 year.
Yeah.
There. Did you make it a year?
Here? Yeah. I made it a year.
20 to 21 Feb.
Yes.
Right. Then how long were you? Then what was your second hire date, which you're still working on?
I started here in December
of last year.
Yeah, last year.
So you haven't even been here a year yet.
No.
Oh.
But I mean, it's getting close. A lot of people took the under on the year, Bubba. A lot of people are about to lose some money.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling like I've been here a year.
Right. And I mean, do you have aspirations of staying longer?
Yeah, I do. Are
you in a better I like this job headspace this go around than last go around?
Well,
I thought it'd be a lot quicker.
Well, Bubba, the people are still dicks, but as far as my time here, working with everybody.
Well, you can't.
No, I know. I'm just saying that the people never change, but the people that you have around here, it's much different.
Well, hold on. You mean the listeners really never change? The hate, the disdain, the mean words.
I will say it, but there's also there also seems there is. People seem to be appreciative that I came back and I'm working and they show that appreciation a lot. So, that means a lot. So, I know a lot of people are obviously happy to have me, but it's great to be here and to not have, people that are in your ear telling you to fire me every single day,
Right. So you're saying the staffing situations and the people that you work with is probably a lot better, and the chat and the people that tend to be critical of you have gotten somewhat better as well. It still exists.
I get more Jew stuff now than I got before, but it all comes with it.
And I don't have any tolerance for that. We need the moderators to really. Like when people start getting anti-Semitic with Seth, that is just not cool. It's not.
Yeah, they watch out for it. I mean,
okay,
they try to, can't stop it before it appears.
I know, but let's shut it down when it does. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Here we go.
Commercial break. We are watching this video in from Bill Malusian on some migrants that are being dropped off. He has an update for us from San Diego. Bill, what are you seeing?
It's a big mic.
Yeah, Dana, good morning to you. We are in San Isidro, a part of
It's a Lexington Steel Light.
I mean, come on. What the hell, man?
Hi, it's Bill.
Price is Right, Mike?
Bill, no. This is a Lexington Steel Light. Here's the deal, man. I just don't understand how this is happening.
San Diego right now, where hundreds of illegal immigrants have just been mass street released from Border Patrol custody. This bus you see right here.
All right, so hold on. Mass street released from Border Control custody. So does that mean that Border Patrol caught them and they're now taking them and literally letting them into the streets? Did they process them?
Ooh, yeah, that's why they all got their phones.
Is apparently an NGO or volunteer organization bus. They've all just gotten off a Border Patrol bus, two of them actually. They're now waiting to board this bus. I've talked to several of them from Peru, from India, from Colombia. The group from Peru told me they are here to work. They are going to Atlanta and Minneapolis. Let's see if we can talk to some of them real quick. Hola, español. ¿De dónde son? Ecuador.
Now, let me ask you a question. Why do they think that literally it's 2020 again and like they all got masks? And do you think that's a government thing that they're making them? Because I don't think that voluntarily anybody necessarily wants to wear a mask. So do you think the government's saying everybody that boards the bus must wear a mask?
I think there could be, yes, and I think there's two reasons. One is they don't know their immunization status, so there's argument that they should be wearing masks. But the other argument that I venture to put forward is that they want to hide their faces. That the government's trying to hide their faces. Because who is that guy? I have no idea.
I don't know.
He might as well be a masked bandit. So, Bubba,
he's a bad hombre.
If you're a Republican or if you're a Democrat and you see that there's just a porous border, that they are just releasing these people throughout the country, that all these people are going to ultimately become Democrat voters, it's still a little frustrating to watch.
Fish on the J, 25 on the PayPal. Thank you.
Kamala likes to echo that the Trump, submarined the border bill, but the border bill didn't do anything to stop this. It put more dollars to just process it.
Listen, here's the problem. Regardless if you identify as an R or a D, this is just, to me, doesn't seem right.
It screws everybody that has a blue-collar job.
Let me. Did you find the Hillary stuff for me?
Yeah, I sent it to you.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Okay, you never told me that you.
Oh, you must have not heard me. I'm sorry. It was right when we got back from break.
Which one is it? Is it this?
Yes.
This one right here?
Yep.
All right. So, Dan, like, I played this yesterday, and hold on, I played this yesterday, and this was from 2008. Okay. And I was walking through at that point Hillary's credentials. And in 2008, Hillary's credentials were eight years as being the first lady.
Hot ass MILF.
At one time, a hot ass MILF.
Still, though, if you're horny.
12 years as a United States senator.
She was a senator for 12 years?
I think so. And 4 years as the Secretary of State. Now, like her or not, that's her experience level. That's her guideline. That's her knowledge. That's her background. That's where she comes from.
Right.
And,
which is a ton of real experience. First lady is sort of, but senator for 12 years, Secretary of State, which means she meets with all the world leaders.
Yep.
Those are huge, important jobs.
Listen, arguably, you could say more experience than either candidate we have going for us right now. I mean, all Donald Trump, he prides himself on not being a career politician. So he has 4 years of being the president of the United States.
Right, which trumps everything.
Which is that's your resume. Mm-hmm. Kamala has 4 years of being the vice president, and then she's hodgepodged around and
she was a senator for like 5 or 6 years.
Okay. And she was the attorney general of L.A. Or California. So in today's world, now we're talking about this. We're talking about this. This is what we're talking about.
¿De dónde son? ¿De dónde son?
We're talking about the government is catching people at the border and then bringing them and busing them into this. At this point, it happens to be San Diego.
But just deeper into the country.
And then they're going to, from San Diego, he's already talked to a couple guys that are going to Atlanta, talking to a different. And so this is him actually in action, catching or covering, I should say. I don't know if they're illegal or legal immigrants that are just quickly being infused into our country. Here we go. Hold on.
Costa Rica, ¿a dónde vas en los Estados Unidos?
Atlanta.
Atlanta.
New Jersey.
¿Dónde?
New Jersey.
New Jersey. ¿A dónde vas en los Estados Unidos?
Chicago.
Chicago.
Hell yeah.
¿Y de dónde son?
Colombia.
Colombia. ¿Quieren trabajar?
No.
No? ¿Asilo?
Sí, yes.
They say they want asylum, they don't want to work. ¿De dónde son?
This guy is perfect hair in multiple languages.
Senegal. Senegal, Africa.
Senegal, from Senegal. We saw a lot of Senegalese in Lukeville, Arizona.
What a great reporter, Seth, on being able to, speak the native tongue.
Yeah, he went to school.
He's been down there for like 4 years.
Oh, has he?
Where in the U.S. do you want to go to? What city?
France.
He speaks French.
France. Speak French.
Oh, he says he speaks French. I obviously do not speak French. Watch out, Lexi. Hi, where are you from?
I'm from Dominican Republic.
Dominican Republic. ¿A dónde vas los Estados Unidos?
New York.
New York. Okay. So you get a little flavor right there, guys. They're from all around. Some going to New York, some going to New Jersey. We talked to those Peruvian guys. They're going to Atlanta, to Minneapolis. So they have been released from Border Patrol custody. They are now free to travel the country. It appears an NGO group or some sort of volunteer group is now putting them on their own bus, and they're going to be going elsewhere. We'll try to talk to that NGO after this live shot if we can, but the reason this is happening, obviously we've had a big surge of illegal crossings here in San Diego sector, which we've been showing all week. The other reason, San Diego County recently spent millions of taxpayer dollars to create a migrant shelter where some of these migrants could stay. That shelter just ran out of money this week. So there's nowhere to put these migrants from Border Patrol custody.
Now, my question, regardless if you're an R and a D, settle down, Dan. I know you're full hemmed up. Is like, why do you, if you get caught at the border, why don't you just say, take a 180-degree turn and walk right back to where you came from, because right now we're closed.
Because they're seeking asylum.
I understand that.
Right now we're closed.
But hold on. But right now, Lummy, we don't have the ability to process the asylum seekers, to listen to their story, to grant them asylum. We're giving them court dates that now are running into the 2027s for them to show up in front of an asylum judge. So for approximately 2.5 to 3 years, these people are infusing themselves into our society and working, and then I guess they're going to have to come back to the judge. Like, how many of them are coming back 3 years from now to go in front of that judge? So every one of these guys,
like a third, I think, come back, right?
No,
is it a third?
So 70% of these people will infuse themselves into the fabric into our country, and it's a mass. Like, why can't we just need to shut it down? Shut it down.
Just do it like when you're done handing out candy on Halloween. Turn the light off and just lock the door and just ignore them.
You see the results
them.
now. These are mass street releases just dropped onto the streets of San Diego, and now they are getting help from this NGO where they're going to help facilitate their travel and go all across the country. And guys, you just heard it here.
And again, like, man, you know what? Whatever you're hearing from immigration, this is boots on the ground. This, I mean, regardless if this is Fox or CNN or it's slanted one way or another, I don't think this guy did this report slanted at all. He went, they introduced him. They're doing right now a big street dump of migrants in San Diego. Those people are now getting on a bus from this charity type deal and going to be bused or airplaned to various cities. But this is really happening. This isn't. And this isn't skewed one way or the other. This isn't CNN that's skewing it one way or Fox skewing it the other. This is just simply what's really happening. Is they're dropping Border Patrol due to the fact that the San Diego camp has ran out of money.
Because they were stealing money from other parts of the government to fund this thing to begin with.
And so they have no more capacity and no more money. And so at that point, when you listen, Lummy, when you go to a Bucks game and it's sold out.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes.
It's sold out. You can't, unless you go and buy a scalped ticket from somebody, you can't get in.
No.
The answer is no. Well, our encampment that we have in San Diego, for lack of a better term, is sold out. No more money, no more room. What are you supposed to tell the people that are trying to get into said encampment? No. You don't round them up on a bus, drive them in the middle of San Diego into a parking lot, dump them all off, and then process them through this charity, asking them where they want to go, and then infuse them into the fabric of our country.
Where's all the babes? How come it's just a bunch of bros?
Yeah,
it's all it is. It's all like military-aged, working-aged
you know what they
men.
Should, Dan, you know what they should do?
Bring us some calendar babes.
Hold on.
Miss Bum Bum.
Do you know what they should do?
What?
They should say, every one of you able-bodied men, young men, need to do 4 years in our military, and then if you do 4 years in our military in good standing, meaning you're not out there just, you take it seriously, you do 4 years first, that would absolutely serve a great, right now it's tough
We don't need 16 million soldiers, though, Bubba.
Oh, yeah, we do.
I agree with you.
Yeah,
they should all be.
Yes, we do. We got some work to do over there in Jordan. We got some work to do up there in Ukraine.
These are the guys you send first, Bubba?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sacrifice them.
Yes, Dan.
Pedro with the old World War I rifle, the Enfield.
And listen, and here's the deal, Dan. We're not like with Americans. We pay. Listen, if you go sign up to go, to go to the military, it can be a very, very lucrative job.
No, it can be.
And so, hold on, for an American, but for an immigrant, we're not paying you nothing. We're paying you room and board. We're putting a roof over your head. We're keeping your belly full. We're keeping you medical benefits, and we're teaching you a skill set.
And you get free Wi-Fi.
And free Wi-Fi. And you know what? We'll throw in a free smartphone.
We already got the smartphone.
So what I'm saying, Dan,
that's what they did for slaves who wanted to fight against the British and who wanted to fight against the Confederacy. They said, listen, we're going to give you freedom, and you just got to fight for us. And when you get out, you're still free.
And let me ask you a question. How did that historically work out?
It worked.
Hold on again. I'm sorry, what again?
It worked great.
Thank you.
Neil,
thank you.
$25.
Neil, man, I love you, Neil. It worked great.
Mm-hmm.
It worked.
And if you're a student and you want to try to get your student, if you're an American citizen, born in America, raised in America, American parents, paying taxes with your family your entire life,
you're an American,
and you go to college, you have college loans, they will sometimes shave off some of what you owe if you give back to the community in a defined sense. Like you have to be a teacher or a social worker or some kind of helper, an aid helper, and they will sometimes shave off your student loan.
They should be taking
that's reasonable.
Instead of giving these guys tickets to Chicago, New Jersey, Atlanta, they should be saying, you're going to Fort Bragg to get processed to be a military guy, and you're going to owe us 4 years, and after 4 years of military service, you then now will be granted your citizenship, and at that point be a United States citizen.
You think they start questioning whether they were going to head this way now?
What's that?
You think they would question now if second guess coming to America?
Oh yeah, fewer people would come.
And here's and the ones that did come knew the gig. Hey, the gig is I'm going to go be in the military, which is probably, honest to God, a better life than the mud hut that I'm living here in Costa Rica. You know what I'm thinking? You got to think these people all have really hard lives. It's, they're not just living in big ass lavish houses with great jobs and great cars. These people are at the bottom of their barrel in Colombia and Venezuela and Haiti and all these, the Dominican Republic and the places they're coming from. So, being a United States soldier and having a job and a responsibility and a full belly with full medical benefits and Dan, we don't have to pay these guys. We pay the Americans. We don't pay these dudes, or we pay them
$5 an hour, which is what they're willing to work for.
Right, whatever.
I mean, Danny is right. He said they have TikTok, so they do know what wages are these days.
Let me
they're going all over the place.
So you just answered a couple of my questions. I wanted to know what a...
And then, man, it's a fever pitch now. It's like they're picking up these guys daily at the border and saying, we can't take you to San Diego Border Processing Housing Unit because they're closed, but we're going to take you to a parking lot, and there's this charity, this humanitarian charity that will give you a bus ticket or a plane ticket to anywhere you want to go, and you can start your life in America there. That's what we're doing. We're doing that. I'm watching this news report. This isn't skewed one way or the other.
No, Bubba, it's not.
That's what we're doing.
Yes, he asked him 3 questions. Where are you from? Where are you going? And the couple he asked about asylum said, yes, I want asylum and I don't want to work. Shameful. But these guys that are coming across are better with a hoe than they are with a hammer or a hand grenade. So maybe they should just be all working on farms for $5 an hour.
Street release was, I noticed that everybody seems to have an iPhone and that it's fully charged and they're using it. What I am wondering...
Because we're giving it to them.
...is, with all of this happening in the last 2 weeks that we've been showing between you and Griff Jenkins, has Governor Gavin Newsom said a word?
Not that I'm aware of. I know he's in Washington, D.C. today, but eventually, look, these images are probably...
The governor of California is 100%, good with this.
Probably going to cause him a little bit of a political issue, right? Look what's happening in Texas. They are fortifying their border with razor wire, with National Guard, with troopers. They're kicking the feds out, and their illegal crossings have fallen off a cliff here. What has happened as a result? A lot of the illegal crossings are now a big majority of them are now in California and Arizona. Blue states run by blue governors who really aren't doing any sort of resistance at the state level in terms of trying to stop these illegal crossings. But look, here down in San Diego, the El Cajon mayor is coming down here as well. We've been texting. He's been getting mass releases in his city as well. everyone's frustrated that the federal government essentially just says, you deal with it. They dump them in a city and say, good luck, essentially.
And that's what they're doing. The federal government is rounding them up and dumping them into various cities and say, you deal with them. If I'm Donald J. Trump, this is a commercial that I cannot run. This might be the only commercial that I run from now till next Tuesday. And this was one of his opponents. This opponent actually beat him in the popular vote in the 2016 election. This is who he defeated to become the president of the United States. She has way more chops than who he's going against. Like, she
was very experienced in government.
Very much.
For 20 years.
And Dan, I want you to hear her view on immigration. Because if I'm Donald J. Trump, I'm saying, even though she was my opponent and we, got into various barbs, Hillary Clinton had it right. Now, I don't even know if Donald has the ability to say that. But if he did, his narcissistic, if he could say, Donald, listen, you just got to say that with regards to immigration, your very own, practically considered royalty in the Democratic Party
royalty.
Had it right.
She's royalty.
There's two first ladies right now that are considered royalty, two-termers. That would be in the Democratic side. That would be Hillary Clinton and Michelle Obama. And if you take the experience level, Michelle Obama ain't nothing but just a figurative first lady. She never did anything politically. This woman here has more political chops than even Donald himself. And if Donald would be like, I just want to tell you something, the Democrats are so crazy and wild with this immigration. If they would just listen to the great Hillary Clinton, she knew what she was talking about. I know she was my opponent in 2016. But Hillary, you need to really jump back in and talk to your people because they've gone so extreme. This is what she said. And Dan, I guarantee you've never heard this or seen this.
And two things about Hillary. She's smart and she's a hard worker. I don't agree with all of her policies.
And guess what?
But she's a smart, hard worker.
Graduated from Harvard.
Yeah, she's not dumb. I never said she's dumb. Kamala's dumb. Yeah, Hillary's smart.
Kamala's dumb.
She's dumb. She's just flat out dumb.
Hillary graduated from Harvard.
Yep.
Was the Secretary of State, has foreign policy issue experience.
A lot.
Senator experience.
Yep.
And she is just a smart woman.
Yes, she's a very smart woman. She's always been in academia. And so, yeah, I respect her. I don't agree with her, but I respect her.
Here you go. You ready? This will make you... You're going to ask Lummy where he had this. You're going to ask Lummy to send you this clip so that and some of your Democratic friends and things like that. She had it figured out in 2008. You ready? 2008.
So... I think we got to have tough conditions. Tell people to come out of the shadows. If they've committed a crime, deport them. No questions asked. They're gone. If they've been working and are law-abiding, we should say, here are the conditions for you staying. You have to pay a stiff fine because you came here illegally. You have to pay back taxes. And you have to try to learn English. And you have to wait in line.
I mean...
That seems reasonable.
Drop the mic.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I would go, every one of those, I'm for. I'm like, hell yeah. If we catch you and you're a bad guy, gone. If you will give you amnesty to turn yourself in that you're here illegally, we're going to sign you up, get you into the system. You're going to pay a fine because you got here illegally and then start paying taxes. And you need to learn English. That, don't you think Trump should be like, let me tell you something, you Democrats have moved so far from, and again, this isn't just some ham and egger. This is arguably one of, she's Democratic royalty. She's got it. I gotta play it again. It's almost what Donald Trump wants to do, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's very similar to what he wants to do.
I think we got to have tough conditions. Tell people to come out of the shadows. If they've committed a crime, deport them. No questions asked.
Boom. That's what we right.
I'm
They're
all for
gone.
that.
If they've been working and are law-abiding, we should say, here are the conditions for you staying. You have to pay a stiff fine because you came here illegally. You have to pay back taxes, and you have to try to learn English, and you have to wait in line.
Boom. I mean, man, she's got it figured out more than all of them. So anyway, I mean, it's just
You getting all hot and bothered from old Hillary clips?
No, but I mean, it's amazing how the party has really moved to the extreme left. I mean, she would be considered MAGA right now.
Correct.
They'd be like,
Correct.
man, Hillary went MAGA.
That's why, when Elon Musk did that little cartoon about where he was and how he hasn't really changed his position, but the left's position has gone so much further left that he's perceived as right. And he's correct about that. They keep changing the line and they keep going further and further and further left to the point where what was left 20 years ago is now conservative.
Yeah, it's just when I found that, I'm like, man, this comes from one of your big slinging D's in your party, and you guys are so far removed from that stance that if you had that stance, I think you'd be in a better position with regards to immigration. Now, there's a bunch of other things we need to speak about as well.
Well,
but
the same thing could be said when Barack Obama said marriage is between a man and a woman. He said that on TV in like 2008 as he was running, and then did a 180 later. No one holds him to task on that.
Hello.
Hey, Bubba, it's Barb. I got a question for Dr. Dan.
All right.
Legally, if one of these people coming over and getting on these buses and they go to wherever, unfortunately they're coming up here to Minneapolis, which is just great. But if they were to commit murder, could the family of the victim go after this nonprofit organization that busts them up here?
I mean, the same way they try to go after gun dealers for people that commit crimes with guns. Arguably, yes. I don't know that it's been tried successfully yet, but I think that would be an argument. They've enabled this crime to happen. So I think that there would be a criminal thing, but I think civilly, jury may hold them liable.
Wouldn't it be a potentially, municipality kind of deal where you can't go after City Hall?
Not an NGO. An NGO is not City Hall. They have zero protection.
I know, but they're
zero protection.
Yeah, well, but they're probably a recognized 501c3.
So you can still sue them. It's not. There's no statute that says you can't sue them.
At that point, you'd have to figure out, well, who let them in? The federal government let them in. The NGO just placed them into your city. So the onus would be on the federal government, and I think they got, immunity at that point.
That's why it's a tough lawsuit.
That's why it would be a tough law. I think that you probably don't have success with that, in my opinion.
But what's going to be successful is when Trump, if he gets elected, tries to deport 20 million people, there'll be a bunch of lawsuits that stop it. He'll never get it successfully deported. He'll try and try and try, and everyone will rally behind that, and it'll never happen because once they're here, they ain't going nowhere. It's like a stain. Once it's there, it's never. You can wash it all you want. It's never going away. And so these 20 million people are never going away. They're going to be here forever, and their kids, and their family members.
That's why they're trying to get as many as they can in. Now, I don't know. I mean, people are like, oh, they're going to register. I don't know. There are some states that are now, not requiring IDs. All you need to know is have a name. I don't know how many of these people actually get to vote.
When I went to early vote the other day, they asked for my ID. I told them I was illegal, and they gave me 7 ballots, Bubba. So I don't know what's going on out there.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Selling the other 3.
Bubba, do you want this box, the olive oil box? Or you want me to leave it out here? Do you want this?
Yeah, bring it in here.
Just so you can just kind of open it and make a little fuss about it. Here.
Thank you, buddy. Lasker says, will you get Lummy to text me his doctor's name and number about my fingers? I think that's the olive oil. I'm sorry, that's the carpool. You got Gene's number?
Lasker?
Yeah,
he texts me all the time.
What does that Lummy do? Lummy?
Yeah, if you just send me Gene's
All
number.
right, text Lasker.
All right.
He wants your carpal tunnel Willie guy. Dr. Green? Dr. Green?
Yeah.
Yeah, tell him.
Man, Napa Mike, thank you. Now
I thought I already gave him that fucking information.
Well, will you text me Gene's number?
Jeez.
I don't have it.
You don't have it?
No.
I heard Gene's a father
Is
Giselle's
Gene
baby.
fucking Is he helpless?
813. Here.
No, you can't say it out loud.
I'm not going to. Just realize that.
I love you, Sarah.
Love me, Sarah. I texted Gene one time with a group text with the person he was trying to get a hold of, and he's like, I can't get the number. I'm like, Gene, it's on. It's on the top. You go to the.
But that's what makes him him, you know?
Yeah.
No one wants a Gene that's tech savvy. We're shocked that he even watched Game of Thrones and watches Young Sheldon.
Yeah, he sent me a video of a Tesla running into a wall, but it was like just computer images, computer simulations. Like, listen to your car falls apart like a Lego set. I'm like, dude, it's a fucking computer animation.
He's the guy that would send you forward an email so he didn't get 7 years of bad luck. Hey Chris, you can definitely listen to it and check it out, man.
I
could use the listens.
I'll never face. The Hippocratic Oath is not something that you can be held liable for if you violate. There's no Hippocratic Oath police. What's more important is what the state and federal laws are. The Hippocratic Oath is irrelevant in 2024. Thank you very much, Premium Roofing Products. In fact, Premium Roofing Products, please call my office.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Again, so humbled, and thank you to Big Red, Big Buck, my boy Todd McKay, Cable Dog, Wizzy. Thank you, Wizzy. Greg and Amy, John Kostika, Bob Cook, Scout and Big Gulp, and of course, Grouper Lips, Airtight Ski Pole. Dan, did you see the Green Bay? I think I've already taken it home. The Green Bay Packer helmet.
I saw a video of it, and it's gorgeous.
Oh my God!
It's like that. It's like a metallic green. Is that what it is? It looked like a metallic type green.
Kind of was, and I wish they would go with that. I wish they would go with that. Let me, is there or Seth? The reports. I think I saw that the MRI for Love was negative.
Yes, I saw
with
that too.
regards to his potential groin pull. So, Dan, when you have a groin pull and the MRI is negative, does that mean that you've just kind of irritated the tendons or the muscles? Like, what is officially considered your groin?
It's your adductor, usually. It's your adductor or your sartorius muscles. They're the ones that
like the inner
bring your
thigh- the
your
inner
inner thigh.
thigh?
They'll bring your knees together. When you do like good girl, bad girl,
Yeah.
your good girl muscle. And but sometimes if the MRI is negative, back in the day they diagnosed that sometimes as a sports hernia. And so it's a chronic nagging injury. Sometimes they can shoot it with a steroid. Sometimes they can numb it up right before the game. But it's going to be irritating to him probably for the rest of the season. It's going to be one of those annoying things. Like
huge matchup for the Packers.
Oh yeah.
This Sunday is going to just show you how superior this Packers hosting. By the way, it's at Lambeau, so the Packers should be getting 3. The line right now is Detroit -4. Here's what it's gonna do. It's just gonna show you if the Packers are even in the same stratosphere as the Lions. Right now, it's looking like nobody in the NFC North is. They whipped the Vikings. Well, they didn't whip them, but they beat the Vikings. Didn't they beat the Vikings handedly, or was it last minute? I think it was handedly.
Yeah.
Chicago's competitive. But in Green Bay, we don't know. We don't know. Green Bay could have one hell of a game if Jordan Love shows up and they can stop Detroit's run.
31-29, it was at Minnesota. So it was a little closer.
Yeah, it was closer. Now, I heard the one knock on Detroit is that they need to protect Goff better. He takes a lot of sacks, but the Packers' front 4 are not that good. They're not that good. So I don't know, man. The Packers are either going to get their ass whipped or it's going to be a close game and they got a chance.
All divisional games are close.
Yeah, that's true.
No matter how good or how bad a team is that year, normally it's for the most part close.
Remember back in the 80s when the Bucks were in the NFC North? It was the NFC Central at the time, and they literally could be 2-6, and they would travel to Detroit and pull one out of their ass, or they'd travel to Green Bay and pull one out of their ass every once in a while. But if it was 34 degrees or colder, I don't know when they broke that streak, but that'd been going on for 15 years or so?
No,
maybe longer.
All the way to the 2000s, I believe.
Yeah, all the way up until the Super Bowl run, I think.
It was
where they beat Philadelphia and Philly.
There was a certain degree amount. And it was if it was colder than 38 degrees.
Yeah, it was under 40, I believe.
They were 0-40 or something like that.
0-21, and it was colder than 40 degrees, and they did it in 2002.
So
it was against Philadelphia, right?
So they were 0-what?
21.
So they had lost 21 straight games where the ambient temperature outside was less than 40. So 39 or below, and Vegas grabbed onto that, Lummy, and made a ton of money.
Sure did.
So anyway, I don't know if the Packers stick with. I almost think they got a better chance to beat Detroit with Malik, the backup, because he's so mobile and he gives you that, kind of that Justin Fields, Lamar Jackson kind of mobile quarterback feel where, if he's a decent little passer, but he's very mobile. I don't know. That might be more.
You got to be this guy's agent, Bubba.
Yeah, no kidding, because they got film on him now. So the Lions will shut him down.
So you're saying they got 3 games of film on him, and they'll beat him?
Yeah, they'll just put a spy on him.
Okay. So the Packers, you feel the Packers got a better chance with Love than they do Malik?
Yeah.
Okay.
And who do you think's going to win that game?
I personally think Detroit wins.
Love me.
I think Green Bay upsets them at home.
For real?
Uh-huh. I think Green Bay playing at home. I think that definitely. I think Green Bay's got it there.
By the way, speaking of upsets, the Merch Crick pulled off an upset last night. She beat the number 1 team and the ladies of the BRN fantasy football deal. Susan Poitras, who Lummy is the number 1. She's the number 1, and I think your girl's number 2.
I think so.
I think she's number 2. Merch Crick won last night. Let me see. I think it was 120 to 115.
Wow. Awesome.
And Susan Poitras now is 6-2. Merch Crick's now 3-5, but she's no longer at the bottom. She's like 10th now or something like that.
Oh, that's great.
So who do you think would beat who would win, the Green Bay or Detroit?
Who, me?
No, Rhett.
Oh, okay.
Rhett's a football guy. I thought he'd have that opinion.
Rhett, who do you feel for Green Bay, Detroit this weekend? He could be busy. He could be working on.
Yeah, Macho says Green Bay.
Okay. Oh, Green Bay. Rhett thinks Green Bay is going to win.
That's Macho's giving me an opinion.
Wow.
Macho said Green Bay.
Seth, what about you?
The Packers.
You think the Packers too?
Yeah, I think just when you think a team is about to take off, that's normally when they come back down to earth.
That's right. I think the Lions are coming out that 52-14 win over the Titans, and I think Green Bay is going to wake them up.
That'd be great. And I got to tell you, man, the Josh Jacobs. I criticized Brian Gutekunst for the Josh Jacobs deal. I think maybe he might end up being better than Aaron Jones. There was those scenarios where, because A.J. Dillon is on the IR for the rest of the year, had they cut A.J., they would have had enough salary cap. Can you imagine if they had both Aaron Jones and Josh Jacobs?
That would have been ridiculous.
The Packers are really starting to have an influx of really good wide receivers.
Well, I think people like Jordan Love. I think they like the organization. They've been a successful organization for the last decade, and they're good people to work for, apparently.
And I mean, at the end of the day, man, I think Gutekunst might have called the Aaron Rodgers.
It's looking that way.
I mean,
a guy you've criticized a lot seems to have been making really actually the long-term correct decisions.
Lummy, will you send me the Stephen A. Smith? He absolutely, him and I think Goldie both said that the issues the Jets are having are solidly on Aaron Rodgers. That's his
fault.
Everybody. I mean, they're 2-6.
Well, now people are saying this is one of the worst trades of all time.
Right. Just while you're finding that for me, Lummy, I'm gonna run this.
I'm gonna send it to you.
Was it worse than the Denver trade?
No, that's been a lot of bad trades.
This involved getting a head coach fired. This involved,
bringing other guys aboard.
Yeah, bringing your friends aboard and making bad deals. I mean, this just isn't.
Would you rather have Russell Wilson?
Who, me?
Yeah, than Aaron Rodgers.
Yes.
Oh, I can't believe some.
I'm not a Jets fan. I could care less what they do.
I mean, I'd take Russ.
Here. Now let's make sure we're intellectually honest here. Stephen A. Smith has been a very big proponent of Aaron Rodgers. How many times have you heard Stephen A. Smith goes, he's a bad man, right?
Yes.
I mean, he has been one of the most vocal. I think in the sports media world, Rodgers only has one guy left, and that's McAfee, and that's because they're friends.
And Rodgers is getting paid.
And probably Rodgers is getting paid. Here's Stephen A., man. The one thing I like about Stephen A., man, he's not afraid. He's not afraid to say it like it is.
Or to change his mind.
Aaron Rodgers is going to the Hall of Fame. Aaron Rodgers is considered as a talent one of the greatest quarterbacks in NFL history. But when you see a team nosedive this way, after handing the reins to him, letting him bring in his own offensive coordinator, letting him bring in some of his own receivers, going out and getting one of his greatest weapons, Devontae Adams, from his days back in Green Bay, okay? Allowing him to be the voice that Green Bay never wanted him to be. Think about the kind of things that were said about him in the past. I remember when I would go off about the Green Bay Packers, where I would hear that Aaron Rodgers was making suggestions and they basically told him to shut up and play. We got this. Let us handle this. You go out there and play football. Most of us came to his defense because we looked at his greatness.
And including me, I was very much that guy,
And we said, how dare you treat him that way? And sure enough, the Jets did the polar opposite. They did exactly the opposite. They handed him the reins. And when you see this team, they actually played with more enthusiasm last year without him than they've looked like they've played with him this year. Not only on defense, but on offense, especially on offense as well. They look unenthused.
Did you see last week where they were so unorganized offensively and so not in sync that they had burnt all 3 of their timeouts by the end of the first quarter.
Yeah.
That's sad.
And because they were not getting the play in fast enough, Rodgers would get to the line, be able to not have enough time to do a check down. You know, one of Rodgers' best attributes is he knows the game. He's like a Peyton Manning or a Tom Brady where he goes, listen, I would think that you guys, you sports fans out there, Seth, Lummy, one of Rodgers' greatest attributes is going to the line, analyzing the defense, seeing where you're running a safety high, see where you're, if you're man-to-man, and then checking down and making adjustments. But that takes time. You got to be at the line of scrimmage by 10 in order to do that. In order to make a necessary maybe man in motion or a check down call, that offensive coordinator has to have the play into you by 20. You got to be rolling up to the line, by 14, 13. You got to have your linemen set and everybody, and then you got 10 seconds to scan the field, make your check downs. That's where that's where a lot of his talent comes from. It's where Peyton Manning made a difference. It's where these older quarterbacks that went on to be successful, Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, these guys, because they had the ability to understand what the defense was going to do and check down accordingly. But when Rodgers is rolling up to the line at 6,
he doesn't have time.
He doesn't have time.
No, I agree.
So he's got to burn a timeout, and they burned all three of their first half timeouts by the end of the first quarter. That is just ineptness.
Yeah, they
really lack focus. There clearly is some issues with their coaching. There is no way around this. And when you talk about legacy in that regard, Aaron Rodgers is one of those dudes that when he retires, based on what we're seeing right now in New York, unless it changes, and I can't see it changing, he is going to fade into the twilight, and nobody's going to think about him at all because of what we're seeing right now.
And I don't know if there's going to be a lot of,
So is he saying like he's got no chance of being like a general manager or a coach because he obviously can't run a team?
No, I don't know that he would ever want to be that, first of all.
Okay, I thought he was kind of implying that.
No,
he's kind of running it, sort of, and he's floundering.
No, he's talking about where he's
not gonna be like Peyton Manning. He's talking
about
over.
He's talking about. This is what I think he's talking about. That whatever he does with the Jets, if he would have anybody in the league that would want to Tom Brady him out and bring him in for even Brett Favre on his last. Brett Favre, his last 2 years with Minnesota, he took him to the NFC Championship game.
He got tackled on the ice.
So what I'm saying is, like, after post Jets, I think Aaron Rodgers doesn't have a lot of people that really want him.
No.
Because of the disruption that he caused in New York. He came into New York like a wrecking ball. He threw a fit and got what he wanted. He wanted Randall Cobb. He wanted Alan Lazard. They gave him that. He wanted, and then he, I guess, didn't like the coach. Maybe he had something to do with that firing. Brought in his offensive coordinator from, I think, Denver.
Oh, Hackett?
I think so. They gave him, all the power that he yearned for in Green Bay. They gave it to him. They've done everything that he wanted. They went out and got Devontae Adams, and he's not done. They're worse now than when he came. So what I think Stephen A. Smith is saying, I think after he wraps it up with the Jets, whenever that may be, this year or next, just based on his distraction and what he brings to the game and his being a dick and wanting to control personnel, I don't think there's a lot of teams, in my opinion, that are going to be in the Aaron. I just got to have Aaron Rodgers.
Biggie 737-525. Ask Bucket Rodgers.
Do you think that the Jets are going to have to build a cry room for him now?
I don't know, Seth. Do you think?
They're probably just letting him use the spare office right now.
What do you think?
The old coach's office.
What's your spin on it?
He's done. After the Jets, he's done. Whether it's this year or next year, it's. I mean, he's one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, one of the most accurate that I've ever seen play. But I mean, it's over.
He went out like a bitch.
It's over. They got to get a new coach. A new coach isn't going to want anybody of value isn't going to want to come in and know that their entire career is hitched to Aaron Rodgers. They're going to want to know who their quarterback's going to be for the next 2 or 3 years. So I think they might have to decide between a coach and Rodgers, but this is probably going to be his last season.
That's how colossal of a drop-off that has occurred with the New York Jets this year. And this is the New York Jets we talk about, a team that hasn't won a Super Bowl championship since 1968-69. I mean, for us to be talking about Aaron Rodgers like this, all right, knowing the New York Jets history really, really encapsulates how bad everything is for the New York Jets. This is epic, epic failure. And it's got his name and his face written all over it.
Well, I mean, you know, it was directed for him. I don't know necessarily by him, but it was definitely, all the personnel, all the things that they've done.
Isn't that Achilles really tough to come back from?
Kirk Cousins doesn't seem like it's really bothering him too much.
Yeah. Oh, Lovey got me.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Week 1. Right, so it's extra 3 months. Jesus has our order.
Is he blessing us?
Jesus. He's going to walk on water to get here.
Jesus. Fuck Aaron Rodgers.
Have they played the Bills yet this year?
The Jets?
Yeah.
I don't think they have.
Those could be 2 hard L's sitting there for them.
The Jets blew it. Their schedule, I think, is going to get a little tougher.
Do you think that the Jets would ever go and try to hire Belichick for?
Did they talk about that yesterday? No.
But he's working for someone, though. Isn't he doing something like some?
He's doing like the penning.
I think ESPN or something.
No, he's doing that. But I thought he got hired as an assistant or something like that, or a job.
Belichick.
I thought he just got hired.
No.
Some kind of consulting job with an NFL team.
They asked Rex Ryan. That's what it was. Rex Ryan yesterday. If he could coach the Jets.
I mean, I'm not saying you're saying I'm a supporter of the Palestinians. I'm used to it. Yeah, well, I hope your paper doesn't go off. The thing is, you don't want to be cool.
What up, Mitch?
Yeah, they did. Okay, they played the Bills.
Oh, they did. Okay.
They played 23-20. They play in Buffalo though, December 29th.
Oh.
They play the Dolphins. They're gonna play the Dolphins twice.
I mean, you look at I think the Bengals have 3 wins. I mean, who would you have more faith in, the Bengals or the Jets?
The Bengals. Bengals all day. Just another Manic Monday.
And Joe Burrow, so they got to win 7 of 9 or something. What up, Neil?
What's up, Kill Dog?
What it do, 6'9"?
Going out, please here, $20.
What's up, Neil? What's up, Chachi?
Neil, thank you.
Neil. Neil.
Well, but those shoulder exercises are definitely helping me.
They will.
Thank you.
I don't know, Jim. I'm not sure.
You could completely,
Probably
100% eliminate surgery by doing a year of that.
Yep. I'm doing sets of 20.
And building everything around what's injured to stronger.
Yeah, I agree. It's working. I'm able to throw a baseball better. Not that it's an important thing, but it is when you have a son that's
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I saw some chatter yesterday from Mike Rowe that our app, I don't want to say that it's completely done, but I think that we're in the final stages of it. I think the glitches and the hiccups that we potentially were working on have been fixed, and then now it's going to go to us to navigate one more time. Maybe as early as this weekend, or maybe even as early as the next couple days. They're going to let us give it to us in beta and let us navigate around. The problem that we found that we're dealing with now and that we're fixing, the bug that we found was from it was maybe a month ago. We thought we had it done, and the people that when you're dealing with Apple programmers and just when you're dealing with as integral of an app that we have, it's just our app is pretty complex. We're going to try to mirror everything on Bubba Army HQ on the app. So everything that you can do on a laptop or on a regular computer on BubbaArmyHQ.com, navigate through the archives, stream, download, rewind, keep the window open, and so when the Apple default, when your 2-minute time limit or whatever, I think that was the problem we were having when your 2-minute or your 3-minute time window goes to default sleep mode. It was taking the show off as well. I think that was one of the hiccups, was it not?
Yeah, it was one of the small ones. The download option was the biggest one.
And so we had this. Yeah, we were having a huge. It's a very very a lot of moving pieces in our app, and so when we thought we had it done, maybe 30 to 45 days ago, they're like, hey, listen, okay, Rat, Macho Man, me, Lummy, Seth, here's the beta version of our app. Navigate through it, try to find a hookup, try to find a hiccup, try to make it mess up. Well, we did. We did.
Yeah.
And that's what they've been working on and fixed. I've been told fixed. And so now they're going to give it back to us again to just navigate through it, try to find a hiccup. But to my understanding that I think we probably have ourselves a bulletproof and really, really good app that will allow, I think that will take our viewership and listening-ship to even the next level when you literally all you got to do is hit this app and boom, there we are. You can, and at that point you'll have a ton of different features. Listen to the live show, go listen to former shows. If you want to subscribe, have download and streaming capabilities.
Yes, it will make it a lot easier.
It's going to be, all we literally got to say, Lummy, is go get the Bubba Army app or the Bubba Army HQ app.
Correct.
That's it. And it is going to cost $9.99. It's going to cost $10 a year for you to have this convenience on your phone. But it's well worth it. And that's just for us to break even on the maintenance of this thing. Apple charges you quite a bit to keep it up. First of all, Apple takes a third of the money right away.
It's $10 a year, man. I don't even think you have to explain it at all.
No, but I don't know that a lot of people know that with the $10 a year. First of all, Apple takes 1/3 of your money right away for just being able to have one, and then they charge you X amount of dollars for maintenance and update issues and things like that. So you're right. It's $10. I probably don't have to justify where it is, but I'd like to answer a few of those questions. People are like, oh, Bubba's getting rich.
If people are so hell-bent on not giving you $10, maybe this isn't the show for them anymore.
Right. Exactly. So anyway, and then once you get into the app, you can navigate through it and listen to the show for free. You don't have to upgrade. You can upgrade to two different levels that give you one level, Lummy, I think, which is the highest level, which is like $9.99 a month, gives you complete access to anything we've ever done and download. Like, you can download it.
Yes. And Lummy will be personally working at the help desk. So if you have if there's any bugs or anything going on with your app, anytime you reach out to the help desk, it'll be Lummy.
Right, it could be a soccer game in the background.
He'll talk you through it.
Yeah, but he'll talk you through it. Be like, Walker, watch out. All right, sir, so listen.
That's part of the $10 is that you get Lummy.
That's right.
So anyway,
24/7.
The Bubba Army app is coming soon. I would say, if I was a betting man, that we will have it by the middle of November, if not late next week. I'm excited for that. We literally just got to say, go get the app. Go get the app. Did you see where Gisele Bunchkin, Tom Brady's ex, didn't she have 2 kids with Tom?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
She had 2 kids with Tom, which were her only 2 kids. When her and Tom got married, Tom had just broke up with man, somebody's stomach's a growling.
I heard that. That was my stomach growling.
Yeah, it probably is. So when Tom Brady just broke up with his girlfriend to start dating Gisele, after him and Gisele had been together for like 3 months, old girl that he broke up with called and said, hey, I'm pregnant. So literally, like the last couple times he was with old girl before he started hooking up with Gisele, he left it in a little too long and didn't have any cutoff control, and a few got by the goalie, and he had himself. Is that Tom Jr. or is that Jack? I think is his name Jack.
I think that is Jack.
Yeah, that's Jack. So he had Jack with a girl that he was never married with. He hooked up with Gisele, married her. They had 2 kids. Now Gisele was super cool about Jack being part of the family. So when Tom had visitation, Gisele was super cool with Jack. Kind of like when I was married to Heather, and her daughter, Julia, I took on as my own and did the best I could, and that was a great dynamic. And Heather, the same for Tyler. So Tom Brady has 2 with Gisele Bunchkin. Now, there was a point, I don't know that Gisele's making Tom Brady type money. I mean,
she's worth way more than he is.
Is she?
Yeah.
Yep.
Still?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's.
Well, okay. So they divorce. Tom and Gisele divorce. We never heard any of it about being messy at all. Like, it wasn't a messy divorce. I think they amicably.
I thought it was so bad. That's why he had a horrible last season with the Bucs.
No, I don't think that their actual division of assets and child custody, that was never public. I don't think.
I don't think the division of assets was a big thing because both were very wealthy.
Right.
However, it did mess with his head, and I think Seth is right. He definitely did not play to his fullest potential during some of the worst parts of that divorce. I thought it was kind of messy when it comes to the public shaming they both got from it.
Yeah. But I'm saying,
did she want another kid, do you think?
Maybe.
I know she wanted him to stop playing.
With the jobber?
So anyway,
she's
listen.
Worth $400 million.
So
she is. Not the dude.
She and Tom Call it off. It's my understanding that the division of assets was very, very for friendly ordeal. Child custody, co-custody. I don't think there was any alimony or anything like that. He may have could have gotten some from her. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. But there's not a presumption for alimony now anymore in Florida unless you've been married over 20 years.
Right. So
Isn't she 49 though?
She's I think 40.
I thought she was always older than him.
No, I think
She's like 40-ish.
Yeah. Anyway,
she's old to be having a kid, and I hope she's getting it tested because his chromosomes could be stuck together.
Anyway, make a long story short, she's now pregnant. Giselle Bunchkin pregnant with jiu-jitsu instructor
44.
Joaquin Valentin. Joaquin Valentin's baby exactly 2 years after Tom Brady's divorce of her. Giselle Bunchkin is reportedly expected her third child and her first with jiu-jitsu instructor boyfriend Joaquin Valentin. Joaquin Valentin. The news comes exactly 2 years after the Victoria's Secrets model and ex-NFL superstar Tom Brady, 47, finalized their divorce. People reported that the former Miss Tom Brady, she's 44.
Okay.
Wow. And the martial arts teacher is 35, are welcoming a baby, citing a source from Monday. Giselle on the Tonight Show was in Jimmy Fallon's Tonight Show, which was March of 2024. Obviously, didn't know.
This got a sting, right? For Brady?
Tom? Giselle and Joaquin are happy in the new chapter of life. They're looking forward to creating a peaceful, loving environment. Listen, I don't think that the roast did him any. Like, I think she was full hot on the roast.
So she got pregnant?
No. Well, I mean, you know what? What if he still loves her a little bit? He has 2 children with her. You know, her having another kid with Johnny Jiu-Jitsu maybe does hurt a little bit. You know, maybe he does have a little bit of. I mean, I think he probably still loves her. Maybe, I don't know. She was wanting to be very controlling over her. He only wanted to play 1 or 2 more years, but she was throwing a fit about it. The Post has reached out to representatives for Bunchkin. Bunchkin has 2 children with Brady. Benjamin Rain, 14, and daughter Vivian, 11. The NFL retired star is the father of son Jack, who's 17, whom he shares with his ex-girlfriend Bridget Monahan. Bunchkin and Brady confirmed and finalized the divorce last October 28th, and today is October 29th. They were together 13 years.
There's no way that what is it, a jiu-jitsu or whatever?
Yeah.
There's no way when he's with Giselle trying to impregnate her, there's no way that Tom Brady's face doesn't pop into his head.
Bye.
This is, I guess, her with her jiu-jitsu instructor. So you're saying while she's getting blasted by Joaquin, you think she's talking to?
No, I think Joaquin's like, oh my God, Tom Brady was here. Oh my God, Tom Brady was
Think
here.
so?
Oh, you have? I mean, I would.
If I'm Joaquin and I'm a jiu-jitsu instructor in Miami, I mean, I don't know what that pays in today's world, but
it's about $10 an hour.
But I know that I know that you just got 18 years of child support.
Yep.
Right?
Mm-hmm. 18 years.
You got 18 years of, even if things go sideways with you and Giselle, you got,
a percentage of her income for 18 years.
About, anywhere between
7% for one kid.
I was going to say, I thought like it was like between 8 and 12%.
Yeah.
You think this is like a Kevin Federline situation?
All
Could
day
be.
long.
Well, no, hold on. I don't think it's not that now, but it could certainly turn into that.
Okay.
And watching her do jiu-jitsu is like watching, Walls shoot a gun. It's sad.
This guy's going to quit his job to raise the baby as,
Yeah. Mr. Karate Dad.
He's got one client.
So just thinking about this, I mean, if she's worth $400 million,
right?
And you call it 7%,
right?
I mean,
she doesn't make $400 million a year. So say she's worth $400 million, she gets 5%. That's $20 million on her money. Okay, so that would be her income.
All right, so $20 million.
If we're not doing anything, just sitting on her ass, she gets $20 million a year on interest.
And that's conservatively,
right.
so that's perfect. So call it 20 million and multiply that by 6%.
Yeah, so it's about 1.2
$2 million a year.
year.
Divide that by 12. That's $100,000 a month for 18 years. Locked in.
At least.
Locked. Then she goes out and does a photo shoot for Victoria's Secret or Guess.
She makes another $20 million. It's $200,000 a month.
Yeah. Yeah. And think about this. If she's not getting rid of you and she's keeping you around, now think of the lifestyle that you're leading. You're on private jets. You're driving. I mean, Dan, if you're her hired gun, you're 35, you're good looking, you're her jiu-jitsu instructor, she loves you, you love her, and you say, hey, honey, I can't, I need one of those new Ferrari, F80s. I mean, babe.
She'd get one.
Baby, honey, I can't have you as my wife and roll around here and whatever the hell I'm rolling around in. I need a new Ferrari, maybe a new Cybertruck. Oof. I think we should maybe buy a house. Couple different. Colorado's good for skiing. I know you like to ski. And then you do it all under the guise of kid. Now you got a kid with her.
Do you think that Tom's met this guy because he's probably around his kids a lot?
He's absolutely met him.
He met him because her or their kid wanted to take jiu-jitsu.
Oh my God! Are you kidding me?
Well, now here's the deal.
Poor Tom.
And his two children, his two children are, now this guy is potentially stepdaddy.
Oh,
yeah, that's right.
And I've been through that, and thank God my situation is good. But you have to have a relationship with that person. That person is around your child 50% of the time. You have to have a working relationship with that. Hopefully they're good people. And what are you going to do, Tom? You can't kick. So Tom Brady, who is, listen,
Tom might as well learn jiu-jitsu also.
But what I'm saying is, like,
if you're having sex with him.
If you're Tom Brady, and you're 6'4", 6'5", 220. I mean, you're in great shape and everything, and you might be pretty tough.
He's tough. He played football for 20 years.
What I'm
He's
saying.
tough. All NFL football players are tough. We can joke them, but they're all tough.
But hold on. You're right.
Even punters and long snappers.
You're right. You're right. They're tough.
They're all tough.
But he's not as tough as a professionally trained multi-black belt. Oh, come on.
We don't know this guy. We don't know what this guy's been in.
That's like saying this. Who wins in a fight between Ty J and Rob Kahn?
Rob Kahn.
Rob Kahn. I mean, that's a prime example.
Yeah, but he's no Rob Kahn.
Yeah, well,
This guy's a black belt and got a professor's diploma from Grandmaster Helio Gracie.
Yeah, I mean, hold on. He's
exactly Rob Kahn.
Yeah, hold on. So
he's Rob Kahn.
You want to take it? You want to take it back?
I take it back.
You don't think Rob Kahn could kick Tom Brady's ass?
Oh yeah.
Okay,
dude.
so this guy is a Gracie rewarded.
He's Brazilian.
He's Brazilian jiu-jitsu and been awarded a black belt from the Gracie family. He's identical to Rob Kahn.
Exactly. He is the same thing.
Tom
but
Brady
has he ever
rolls
come
up,
back from 28-6?
No.
No, he hasn't. We're not talking about football versus football skills. We're talking about street fighting skills, where Tom would roll up in there one day, be mad at this guy, and said, come on, let's throw down. Tom Brady will get his ass handed to him.
And he's probably got one thing that Tom Brady doesn't have: a foreskin.
Okay, I wasn't going to go there, Dan. I don't know.
We'll never get that.
What, is Tom uncircumcised?
No, he's probably circumcised, and Brazilian boys probably not.
Oh, Brazilian boys not circumcised.
How many Brazilians you know that are circumcised?
I don't know any Brazilians at all.
Is that a thing?
Brazilians aren't circumcised.
Well, I mean, how do you know?
Because I know.
He's a doctor.
I'm a doctor, dude. He studied this stuff.
Less the circumcision. If Tom Brady, which, by the way, Tom Brady and Giselle live literally less than a mile from each other in Miami. Mm-hmm. They can see each other's houses from across the canal.
Wow.
They can't.
They're really that close?
They're that close.
God, it's so weird, isn't it?
And so they did that for the kids. And so if Tom has a problem with Johnny Jiu-Jitsu, Joaquim, if you will, who is a Gracie rewarded or awarded black belt, is practically, is actually, you know what? He's Rob Kahn. Boy, the high karate is really waffling today. Man. So he is Rob Kahn, 12 to 13 years younger. Ooh. How much more of a badass was Rob Kahn, 12 years ago? Because when you start when you're a jiu-jitsu instructor and you're teaching, 3 or 4 classes a day, your body starts, it starts, that's why these jiu-jitsu champions aren't in their 40s and early 50s. What Conor McGregor is on the long end of the as far as he's about timed out. And how old is Conor McGregor? 38, 39, 40?
Yeah, about that.
He's late 30s.
I thought he timed out because of all the coke.
Yeah, that could be that.
What I'm saying is, you don't see these guys going much into their 40s and being able to retain, the belt or the championships. I don't know. Chuck Liddell.
It's hard in combat sports.
Yeah. I mean, Chuck Liddell, George St. Pierre, all the great ones. Who was the one dude? Oh, God, I'm trying to think.
Tito Ortiz.
Johnny Bones Jones.
They don't go, they don't go into their 40s much. And, so think about their time frame of when they're the baddest is probably in their late 20s, early 30s. This guy's 35. Now, we know how badass Rob Kahn was at 35. Tom Brady, being an NFL quarterback, albeit that could beat up most regular dudes because you're at an elite level. You're the greatest ever to play that position, arguably the greatest ever. And physically, that puts you at a certain level of attribute. Like, physically, you know what? Tom Brady can probably beat up most dudes except this dude.
Right. He can't beat this guy up.
No, this guy will whip his ass.
Yeah, but Tom would send Antonio Brown over in the goons to handle this guy.
No doubt. This guy would be afraid to line up against 11 NFL players.
Yeah, all right. So now Tom can't fight his own battles? I mean, now what's that saying about Tom?
No, I'm just saying that on the field, what Tom Brady did was brutal, and it was a combat sport, and it was incredible that he did it into his 40s.
Yeah, but
why are you all on the jiu-jitsu guy's side, Bubba?
I don't know. I'm not either.
No, I'm just saying, like, if Tom Brady has a problem with this happening right now, her getting pregnant, and there ain't nothing he can do about it. And he can't even really, and like I said, Tom Brady, who's the greatest of all time, could probably whip most dudes' asses. This happens to be, listen, it sucks when you can't revert back to whipping a guy's ass. It sucks. What's it called, Dan?
Emasculating.
It's emasculating. It's like, what are you going to do about it? Like, Giselle could be like, hey, Tom, I'm having a baby. What are you going to do about it? Nothing. Come over and say something to Joaquin and watch him beat your ass.
I know. It's got to be frustrating. That's why he sucked last year as a quarterback or 2 years ago.
Come over here, Tom. I know that you can pinpoint a pass better than any man ever known to man. But you know what? Joaquin said he's got a whole can of whoop ass for you.
And you broke a guy's nose from 6 miles away.
That's right. And you know what? He's a perfect stepfather for your 2 kids, too. He's currently both kids are currently brown belts as we speak. So you know what? Get lippy with your kids and they'll whip your ass too, Tom.
And they're going to take his last name if they knew what it was.
Yeah,
but they're going to just call him Joaquin.
Valentine. So I'm just saying, like, man, it would suck because I'm like Tom, like Dan, if Romina had left you and there was some dude that was trying to play stepdaddy, and you would listen. At the end of the day, you could revert to trying to kick some ass. You're a pretty physical dude, in shape, but not if it was Rob Kahn.
Nope.
Rob Kahn would be like, I'll whip your ass, old man. Come over here.
Yeah, that's what I call Gene.
Well, I mean, again,
there's ways to do things, Bubba, without hand-to-hand combat.
Again, you're not being able to control the situation yourself.
Nope.
You've met your match.
Yes.
Tom,
I get it. That's why I think he was a head case 2 years ago.
Yeah.
It was the same issue.
Because Joaquin can kick that ass.
Right. There's nothing he can do about it. She's fooling around with him. There's not a damn thing he can do about it, legally or physically.
Yeah. I mean, nothing you can do legally. You can't say, listen, buddy, stop, talking to my kid. Stop being a son. I will put you in an armbar, Tom, and break that arm. You will no longer be able to throw a football.
Yeah. Helped maybe.
But anyway, Tom is making $35 million a year, doing well. I don't know what Tom. Tom probably has so much swag. He could care less.
Yeah, it's true.
He could care less. Do you know the dime?
You gotta care, Bubba. You at least gotta feel something, man.
Do you know the
do you want
dime?
an infant right now?
Do you know the dime?
I mean, at his
dime
age?
pieces that he's blasting.
Right.
I mean, he's just straight blasting 25 to 30-year-old straight tens. Because he's Tom Brady. He's still, 47 years old?
Yes.
He looks 35. He's got the body of a 35-year-old. And if you compare him and Joaquin, I'm
Who's
sure,
actually 35.
Right, who's actually 35.
Has the body of a 25-year-old.
If we're having, his body is probably as good, if not better than Joaquin. He's he's a freak when it comes to nutrition. He's a freak when it comes to working out. So, think of just the absolute Miami dime pieces that he's blasting.
Yeah, but Joaquin can eat a cheeseburger, blast Giselle, have a baby, and sit up with his feet up and get, the lifestyle of a $400 million life.
I know.
All while being uncut.
Right.
Yeah.
So, now, here's what I understand. This is Tom Brady play-by-play. Obviously, he's a color commentator for Fox. And are we this woke? Are we this ready to cancel important people or try to make something about nothing? Listen, I don't think that this is a problem at all.
He loves it speaks so much more than just the physical ability.
Talking about Josh Allen, the quarterback for the Bills, is what he's talking about.
Of a quarterback, you really began to take that total ownership of the team as a leader in workouts in the off season. How you communicate to everybody and integrate new players becomes a great challenge for a quarterback like Josh, who has really lit the league on fire since he's been in. Sometimes he played like a spaz, like a grade schooler on a sugar high. But now he's controlled the chaos.
So the words that he's getting.
Oh, they got him on spaz.
He's playing like a spaz, a third grader on a sugar high.
Yeah.
What part of that is bad? What part of that is the word spaz?
Yes, it is.
Now hold on. So the word spaz is now a slur?
Yes.
I never heard that before, but that's got to be the word.
I've heard that for about 4 or 5 years. I've heard that word's bad.
Now, what?
Well, what is it?
What is it?
Like spastic, like someone with cerebral palsy or somebody.
No,
it's not.
Yes, that's exactly what it is, Jay.
Okay.
That's exactly what it is.
I have the definition, and that's what it is.
Ridiculous.
All right, hold on. Pull me. What is the well, he is. But what is the definition of spaz?
Oh, it's long, but I just sent you what you're not allowed to say anymore. The top 10 for slurs against like medical, and number 1 is spaz.
All right, hold on.
10 words and phrases you may not know.
Hold on, but like a guy that's being. Wow.
Now I'm on Joaquin's side. I didn't know Tom Brady said spaz.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna go through.
I want to arm now.
So these are. Hold on here. 10 words and phrases you may not know are disability slurs. Okay.
You shouldn't say
disability is a slur.
Hold on. How about fat?
No.
Okay. So hold on.
I bet that's
But hold
improper.
on. Fat. It's not listed because you know what? Fat people don't have any rights. No, nobody. Listen, nobody. No, but it's true. It's true.
It's true.
It's true.
And neither do skinny people.
Well, yeah, but skinny
I feel
people.
like you're running for office.
But I mean, like, if
That's
you're
his platform.
gonna say spaz is slang for spastic. Is that what it is?
Spastic?
Spasticity or
Spastic.
being spastic.
All right, so
We're having like cerebral
if you've
palsy.
ever called someone a spaz, you may have meant it in all good fun, but it's anything but fun for people with disabilities. The word spaz is slang for spastic, which is a medical term that was original. Oh, good.
Boom, Dan.
Hold on. We have we have a doctor here that can debunk this.
He just said that.
Is a medical term that was originally used to describe people with cerebral palsy. Back in the 60s, by the 60s, though, spastic had devolved into the word spaz and quickly became synonymous with thoughtless, out of control, ridiculous behavior. Plenty of people with disabilities have been called spaz for simply existing in their bodies or speaking or thinking in ways able-bodied, neurotypical people don't understand. 60 years later, we have retired the word spaz from our everyday conversation, but it's time to it's time to leave it a thing of the past. This is so woke and so snowflake. And
I know, it's pretty obscure.
Look at the next word.
But it's specifically for people with cerebral palsy.
You can't say someone's policies are crazy.
Now, if you would call a person with cerebral palsy spastic or spaz, and that person has cerebral palsy, and you know they have cerebral palsy, and whatever movements they're doing in their cerebral palsy type ways are you are describing as being a spaz or spastic, then perhaps you are being disrespectful and you're saying a slur to that person with cerebral palsy. But if you're just talking about a kid,
a wild kid,
a 7-year-old kid on a sugar high that's being spaz, that is the furthest thing from a person that's been diagnosed with cerebral palsy. If Tom Brady was talking about, and we were talking about the context of people with cerebral palsy, then Tom could potentially have uttered a slur. But this is ridiculous. Why do we even have to have a list? And again, I'll go through these 10 terms, and fat won't be on it.
Do you think Tom's going to fire the guy that wrote that spaz line for him?
No, I think Tom just came up with that out of his own. He's going to fire himself. Crazy. The word, you probably use the word crazy more times than you can count, but you may not know it's harmful to people with mental illness. God, we are so soft.
That's a trigger word for a woman, right?
I think every person in this room at one time or another has been described as crazy.
Yep. I think today I was described as crazy.
Multiple. You are crazy.
You are.
Yeah, probably.
I'm crazy.
For sure.
Steven is called both. I guarantee you, Jay.
Steve's a little crazy.
Well, Steve's the craziest because he's the sickest about it. He has so much time to be crazy. See, there's not anything other, and the only thing that keep him from being more crazy is Krista. And if he would lose her, he'd be full blown crazy and spastic.
And a little lame.
and lame. And not necessarily.
No, I don't know about that one.
But and crippled.
Yeah, he definitely has OCD.
And he's close to being a midge.
And he's insane.
And he's insane.
What's the other one though? That was underneath
OCD.
People. Okay, so since the Middle Ages, crazy has derogatorily referred to people who have a disease or a sickness. In the 20s, the word crazy started becoming synonymous with the word cool, and to this day, it's often used to describe fun, exciting experiences. Unfortunately, though, it's also been weaponized against people with mental illness to describe their to me, it's like this all goes back to young people that potentially have mental illness. Let's describe that first.
It's hurtfilioma, all of these.
If you are talking about a young person that has mental illness, then I think all types of words are offensive. Mm-hmm. You have to first designate that the person is mentally ill. Then all bets are off, including words that we use. I don't think that spastic is a problem. I don't think that crazy is a problem. I don't think lame is a problem. I mean,
what about gay? I mean, gay's been going back and forth with different definitions. I mean, remember we had a gay old time in the Flintstones. Then you couldn't say gay. Now we can say gay, but not always.
But this is disability.
I understand that, but just gay is one of those words, just like crazy, that's been used in different contexts.
You can't say that's gay.
Right.
But you can say that person is gay.
LGBT.
But it's LGBT. You can't say someone's. You can't.
Well, you can't call someone gay, but they can call themselves gay.
Right, and just like the NAACP.
It's let's continue on, Dan, and try to keep gay out of the.
Dan's got an 11th word for this top 10.
Don't you have a 5-hour surgery to go to?
Actually, I have a crisis.
You're running,
I have a crisis I have to deal with right now. I just got texted. Is that okay?
See you later.
Okay.
Because you are digging yourself into a bigger hole.
Lame.
Yeah, you were very lame today. You were crazy today, and you're certainly being spastic.
Hey, what a spaz.
So get your spastic, crazy, lame ass out of here,
Dan.
Say it.
Thanks for healing my toe.
Get your spastic, crazy, lame ass out of here.
I think he's going to get that $2.5 million Ferrari.
Because when I try to correct you, it's fallen on deaf ears. I think sometimes you're autistic. You cripple the show at times with your attitude, and you're insane.
I see you're holding on to the M word, Bubba.
You can't.
No.
You can't.
No.
Oh, midget?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean.
But what did you guys used to race?
You can race midgets as a car.
Right.
I used to call MJ a midget.
That's right.
I called his wife a whore, too.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, goodness.
Little person is
but
more...
if you know, Jay,
it's time up.
The 10-year anniversary was in March, my friend.
Yes.
And I do not call...
You leave Michelle alone.
I do not call Michelle that now. I'm not speaking of that in her. I just said I called her that one time, and it ended up being a real big problem.
Yep. Nothing wrong with that.
And I had a 10-year...
Hot news.
I had a 10-year contract where I could not call her that word. And that has expired. And if I wanted to call her that, I could. But I respect her. I respect MJ. I don't have any reason to use that word towards her at all. How about that?
The newer, more mature Bubba.
So, lame. Your first inclination is to call a boring night or a letdown as lame. Yeah.
Why can't words still have different definitions in different contexts? I thought that's about context.
Can I tell you how lame this article is? That it goes back and quotes things by the 1600s and 1940s, none of which do we live our life by.
Right.
There's nothing that Seth, myself, Rhett, Macho, Lummy, Jay, there's nothing that we do that is 1940 like. It's just not. Used to describe old, irrelevant news in the 40s, lame became even more derogatory as it rose in popularity as the way to describe socially awkward people. You know what? Lame is just lame.
How about I went to a concert, it was lame.
Yeah.
You know, I drove with Tyler in the car. That was crazy.
All right, so the next word, which I'm going to say, but you can't even say it.
This is making a comeback.
So you can say it?
Well, I think people are starting to, rebel against this one in particular.
Because no one ever used it as kids in a derogatory way towards people who had mental disabilities and were scientifically what's called retarded. You know, no one calls those people that. That's a horrible person that would do that. It was a joke of a word. And now, you can't really, and that's fine. I don't say it.
We're going to come back with the word retard next. And we don't want to use it. We don't want to describe a person with mental disabilities or intellectually disabilities or isn't smart.
It's not in my 12-year-old's vernacular or my 17-year-old's.
But I should be able to retard my ignition.
For sure.
I should be able, which is to slow down. Retard means to slow down. And if I'm not speaking about a person and I'm speaking about a engine that needs an ignition either advanced 5 degrees or when Gene and I were racing together, I'd be in the car and he'd tell Jimmy Dallas, retard it by 7 degrees. So we were retarding the ignition, slowing down the ignition by 7 degrees. You'd have a timing light, and you'd be then you adjust. You actually move your distributor one way or the other to either increase, advance it. Listen, when you're timing your car, there's 2 words: advanced and retard.
Okay. Does that just mean speed up or slow down?
That means speed up or slow down, and it's the ignition, and it's the order of the quickness of how your distributor is firing to each cylinder. You're either slowing it down or you're speeding it up. But the word retard is used in that setting. But boy, use that to describe a slow person, and watch how fast you don't have anything left. I'm only talking about the word retard when it comes to slowing down a car's ignition.
Yes, of course.
But I should be able to say, you should be able to use it when speaking about objects and slowing things down, and not speaking about a person. You should be able to use that word. But man, that might as well be the N-word nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
People are so afraid of the word retard. Anyway, back in a minute. Hold on.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
What's up, Kenny Powers? What's up, Bub Wendy? What's the weather like this weekend? That's funny. Can you call yourself that? Yeah, my kids turn into spazzes when they get caffeine and chocolate before bed. That's funny, Bub. Good morning, Little Wilbur's Afterbirth. The Tim Anglin. What up, Big Buck? Dave from Maine. We taught it. Steve. How you doing, Tina? That was pretty crazy, Herman Fletcher. Nez his herbs. What's up, Jays? Motorshead? Ottershead? Rudy from Florida. Everybody.
What kind of crisis Dan has?
Say again?
So I wonder what kind of crisis Dan has.
It's probably something with the office. You know what? He's dealing with a lot of that build-out bullshit. His house was torn apart yesterday. He had drywall people in, Surf Pro. He doesn't bitch about it much, but he's going through a lot of crap. Jay Costica, good morning. I don't know about all that, Red Wave. Mitch, how you doing? Terry's the man, Mitch. What's up, House 83? How you doing? Because I am calmer than Dan. That's just the reality.
Times 4.
What up, group? Cooper lives. Thanks for all your thoughts and prayers during the holidays. Say hello to your wife for me.
You're a lumberjack.
That's right, Rudy, but I do have 2 coffees and a Red Bull before I walk in the door here. You're actually right about that 3/4 time wheeling. How you doing, Lonnie? I do have a fuse, and when it goes, it goes. Just a little longer than Dan's by 4 times.
I swear Dan's going to get that Ferrari.
What was he talking
He
about?
can't afford that Ferrari.
He can't even get on the list for that. No one can.
He said he got a text, though. I feel like he was working an angle.
If he really had an angle, he'd be asking me.
He would be asking to borrow money from Jay.
That's right.
And go halvesies on it.
He's borrowing 2.5 just to get on the list.
Haven't you guys gone halvesies on cars before?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
we have.
He asked Jay to go halvesies.
My first Ferrari was his first one that he had to buy from a guy that he had to loan, owned Gumby's Pizza from Gainesville. And then I bought half of it, and we had it together for a while. We had a couple race cars that we've owned.
He better be headed to Rob Elder's fucking place if he wants to buy this car.
Rob
Am I right?
Elder's not going halves with Danny. He's too smart.
No, but I'm just saying, like, there's, Rob Elder's only one of our boys that could fucking step up and write a check for that. Because it's stickering for 2.5, isn't it?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
PayPal, Venmo, Cash App. Fish on the J, I think, was the latest. John Kostika came up with 100 last night. Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, the Bubba Army.
Neil Malplaisir has been making it rain a little bit.
He has been
on
making it
Venmo.
rain, little short, little spurts, but I love him. 813-90 Bubba. Hello.
Hey, what's up, Bubba? It's Brandon the Quad.
Hi, Brandon the Quad. How are you, my friend?
Well, I'm spazzing out right now.
I
spaz out all the time.
I'm sorry, you're spazzing out right now?
Yeah, I spaz out all the time when I dance.
Oh.
Everybody says, is he getting ready to spaz out? It's awesome.
Yeah, I think your entire life you have various spasms, and you are spastic. And I don't think that we've ever. I think when people would describe you as that, they're certainly not being disrespectful to you, Brandon the Quad. That's been confined to a wheel.
Well,
have you been in a wheelchair all your life, Brandon?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I have.
Even as a baby.
Yeah, you're born with it.
What I'm saying is it's ridiculous because my mom always says, quit spazzing out all the damn time.
Yeah, that's your mama.
We actually have a guy who can tell us, do you take this personally if you hear someone use spaz, like Tom Brady, you heard what he said. You've got cerebral palsy. You have a real thick skin. You're a real dude. What do you think?
Not a virgin.
Not a virgin. Had like lots of hoe time, but go ahead.
It's just words. People don't understand. It's just words, man.
What's been going on in Brandon the Quad? Is wrestling season getting ready to start? I know you're a big Iowa Hawkeye wrestling fan. Does Dan Gable still coach there?
No, it's Tom Brands and his brother Terry, the twins.
Oh, now was Gable at one time the coach at Iowa?
Yeah, from 74 to 97.
Really? Wow. How many national championships did Gable bring? Did the Iowa Hawkeyes win as a team?
13.
Wow, 13.
Dan and Steve went to the Dan Gable wrestling camp, which was like the most intense wrestling camp in the nation at the time.
Yeah. Was Dan Gable a 4-timer?
He lost his last match as a senior to be a 4-timer.
Oh yeah, that's right. He was a 3-timer. Was he undefeated?
Yeah.
So he was.
incredible.
So hold on. And he went to. And did he go? He went to the University of Iowa, right? Correct.
No, he went to Iowa State.
Went to Iowa State. And so Iowa State, here's Dan Gable, recognized as one of the greatest collegiate I think he went on to win.
Best.
I think
He's the GOAT.
Didn't he go on to win some gold medals for the country too?
Yeah.
So in college, man, talk about, oh my God, you almost have to go to therapy. So you're a 3-time national champion, Dan Gable. You're undefeated, and in your finals match of your senior year to be a 4-time NCAA champion and never been beat, he gets beat in the finals. Who is it? Infamous? Did the guy that beat him go on to have an unbelievable career, or was it just a fluke?
It was just a fluke. But that guy did win one Olympic gold in the 1972 Olympics, I think it was.
Larry Owens.
Yeah, but Larry Owens is no Dan Gable.
We didn't go to Larry Owens wrestling.
Was there because I know that you're huge on NCAA wrestling, has there ever been a 4-time national champion that never's been beat? Has there ever been one?
Kel Sanderson started that. He's the coach of Penn State.
So Chell Sanderson was a 4-timer, undefeated?
For Iowa State, yeah.
Is he the only one?
There's been 2 or 3 since he did that in 2002.
Whatever happened to that David Taylor guy? He was always when Eric Grahalis was growing up, in high school, they were always pitted against each other. And then I think he got bigger. He went to like 77 or something like that. Did he go on to do anything?
Well, he's going to be the coach at Oklahoma State.
Oh, he is. Now, did he go on to win the national championship? Because I know that
like three times.
Really?
Yeah.
Man, does Brandon know all things wrestling? Jeez, it's unbelievable.
All things collegiate NCAA, he does.
Anything sports related or just
now? Was Bruce
Bumgardner
an NCAA champion?
Yeah, but that was before my time. But yeah, he was.
Indiana State.
Yeah,
they don't even. I don't even think that Indiana State has a wrestling program anymore. I don't think they do.
Really?
No, because there's only 72 Division I wrestling teams.
Yeah, there's only 70. I mean, think about how many football teams there are. There's only 72 NCAA Division I wrestling programs.
Do you have an Iowa unitard?
Oh, a singlet?
Yeah, singlet. Sorry, I'm sorry.
You can't say unitard anymore.
No, hold on. Now, are you when you go to the matches? Like, because you've been going so? Are you like royalty there? Like, are you like kind of a big thing?
Yeah, because the coaches always they got me in like a little cage right on. It's not a cage, but
what are you? They treat you like Hannibal Lecter. I mean, they treat you like Brittany Griner when she was going to Russian court.
Right.
Remember, they always put her in a cage.
Yeah.
No, but it's like one of those little risers that they got on the floor, but it's raised up a little bit. But the coaches come over to me and squeeze my leg all the time and want to talk about being spastic. That scares the crap out of me.
Oh.
Now, do you make almost every home? Now, how far do you live from the university?
65 miles.
Oh, so that's quite.
That's a long drive.
Yeah, so you probably don't make them all, do you?
Yes, I do. I only miss about one of the seasons, but I didn't get my season tickets last year because they started charging over $130 per ticket.
Your mom is a saint.
But don't they think that they should?
Let's buy him his tickets, Bubba.
How much are they a season?
$130 per ticket, and I like 2 of them. I don't make the person that drives me.
Right, so you need 2.
And 260 there, Bubba.
And so, I mean, now
that is expensive for a collegiate game.
Yeah,
that's not cheap.
But that's for the whole season though. That's for 7 matches.
Oh, that's the whole season, 260?
7 matches.
Yeah.
I got you. I got you for 2. Bubba Army. Bubba, seriously, for sure.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah, we can help. Can we help him out?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll figure it out. But now
that's pretty cool.
Here's the deal: if we call up, get your tickets, are they going to put you back in your little Brandon box, or are they going to job you out and put you like
No, they'll put me in my box.
Because we'll throw $300 down if you get your box back.
I mean. Yeah,
get the food package too.
We give them the $260 and $40 for some food, some popcorn and hot dogs.
Singlet money,
gas money.
Yeah, absolutely.
Got to buy. You got to be on a gummy in order to deal with that travel. So anyway,
No, actually, it's not that bad.
So if you did if Jay and I sponsored you for some season tickets, you would definitely go.
Well, yeah, and actually, it wasn't because I can't afford it. It was because during Barf I have to miss 2 matches, and I'd rather come to Barf, so I would like to save the money to come down there.
Oh, so
it sounds like it's a money thing.
Yeah, here's the deal.
Yeah, but don't take from your BART money, Bubby. That's something I can do as someone.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah,
but hold on. Let me ask you a question. The only requirement would be
get us content.
I'd have Merch Crick send you like a slew of Bubba Army gear. So you'd have to have like your Bubba Army shirt, your Bubba Army hat,
a walking advertisement.
Yeah, don't worry, Bubba. Bubba Army's been on Big Ten Network during wrestling weeks like 6 times already. I can do that.
All right, Brandon the Quad. Lummy, do we have all of this information?
Yeah, we do.
Okay, Brandon the Quad. I'll get with Jay. We'll figure something out because I want you to have 2 season tickets this year.
Bubba, would you make him wear a singlet to a match?
No.
Okay. All right. Yeah,
that's Bubba Army singlet.
No.
All
right. Sorry.
Can't be doing that.
Sorry, you're right. It's stupid.
Yeah, stupid.
But Seth, I can get you one.
Please, I would wear it. I will wear it.
You would not.
I will.
You would not.
I will.
You would not.
Put on a singlet?
You would not.
Jay,
Danny would.
Jay, I'm not even going to give Bubba my word. It does because my word doesn't matter to him as it shouldn't. Jay, I give you my word. If you deliver on tickets for Brandon the Quad, I will deliver on wearing a singlet.
Done.
In here?
And
one day. Yeah, one time only. I'll wear a singlet.
Okay, have you ever seen a singlet?
Yes, I will not look good.
Camel tail and mushroom.
Oh man.
But I'll do what I got to do.
Okay, Brandon the Quad, we got you. We'll get it handled, and Lummy has your information. I'll get it from Lummy. Okay.
Yeah. Well, thank you guys so much. I didn't expect that. Thank you.
Neither do we.
Thank you to the Brandon the Quad. Thank you, buddy. Lummy, my good friend Jeff Patterson, better known as Gooch.
Oh, yeah.
Longtime, truck driver, or I should say hauler driver for Stewart Haas Racing, bus driver for Tony Stewart. He, what we affectionately call Jake brakes. Like if you ever hear a semi and it goes, that's called a Jake brake. But that's kind of the layman term of it, but the actual name of that, and it's where they use the exhaust to help slow down the motor, to help brake a really, really heavy load a little more efficiently. And they're called engine retarder brakes, also known as Jake brakes, are used in heavy equipment trucks to supplement the vehicle's main service brakes. They work by changing the exhaust valves to turn the engine into an air compressor, which slows the vehicle's wheels. This allows the service brakes to stay cool for emergencies. So what is slangly known as a Jake brake is really called an engine retarder brake. Yet another use of the word retard that you could probably say, but maybe not get in trouble. I don't know. We were continuing our list. These are now considered slurs. To me, I think society has just gotten way too snowflakey. Like, it's just like you can't say anything. Fallen on deaf ears.
I would say that in a closing argument.
I know.
His complaints were falling on deaf ears. They were ignored.
If you feel someone's ignoring you, You may feel tempted to say the word fallen on deaf ears, but by some members of the deaf community would like you to pick a different phrase. The phrasing has long been used to mean that someone is actively ignoring you.
How does the deaf community know what they're saying?
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Hold on. You know what, Seth? I think I'm moving right on to the next one because I think that's a mic drop.
I don't
That's
be
an
disrespectful
absolute-
to lip readers,
Next.
but I mean,
No,
I don't
you're
know.
right. How can deaf people know that you're even saying that?
Thank
Falling on deaf ears. When I'm not talking to them, they're deaf.
Unless I'm holding up a sign as they're walking down the street taunting them.
Autistic. You can't say autistic now.
I don't know anyone that does, though.
Although many people on the autistic spectrum prefer to refer to themselves as autistic rather than people with autism. Neurotypical people often throw around the word autistic to describe behavior that seems hyper-focused or socially awkward. The difference between the two matters. Autistic is. Oh, let me. I gotta
You
call.
have to say neurodiverse now.
I gotta call. Hello. This is Bubba.
Alan?
And you're on my show. How can I help you?
I'm sorry. Am I speaking with Alan Wagner?
Yeah. This is Alan.
Hey there, Alan.
Alan's this
Jordan.
huge Democratic.
I'm a cash buyer calling about your property, the one at 701.
Yeah.
Is it for sale?
My 701 property. I am looking for offers right now. Yes.
All right. Perfect.
Whoever had this phone before was called. His name was Alan.
I won't take much of your time. Just 2 minutes.
All right. So how much do you want to offer me for my 701 property? Because I'm going to be honest with you. I'm falling on some tough times, and I need to get rid of it.
Yeah. So, like I said, I'm just gonna ask you a few questions, and then we'd be able to give you an offer.
Yeah. Can you speak up just a little bit? I can barely hear you.
Oh, yeah. I said we're gonna just ask a few basic questions, and then we'll send you the offer right away. Is that
Okay. Yeah. It'd be great.
All right. Perfect. So, how many bedrooms and bathrooms do you have?
Three bedrooms and 3 bathrooms, but I pee outside mostly, out the back. So my bathroom doesn't have a lot of mileage on it. It's very pristine, but it's a 3-3.
All right. 3. Got you. And has the roof been replaced in the last 5 years?
Well, now that you speak, that big hurricane that came through here,
Yeah.
roof's not doing so good. I filed a bunch of, FEMA, and right now there's a blue tarp on it. The adjuster's supposed to come out, but I think, I'm thinking about doing that tarp really, quite frankly, if it's not raining and we're not in the rainy season right now, that tarp's good enough for me. I'm going to pocket that money I'm supposed to get like $22,000 for a new shingle. Yeah. I'm just going to go ahead and put that right in my pocket.
I understand, sir. Well, but it seems like the roof is pretty damaged.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. It's it's livable. It's okay. It's not really that big a deal.
Uh-huh. All right. Well, aside from the roof, what about the general condition of the property? On a scale from 1 to 10.
Oh, on a scale from 1 to 10? Everybody thinks their house is a 10. So I want to say, please. Let's just be honest. Every old bag you get on the phone thinks her house is a 10. But if I'm going to shoot you straight, my son, he comes over with all his deadbeat friends and they don't clean up after each other. Next thing you know, they're smoking weed and it's just right. Put down 5, middle of the road 5. It needs a good clean job. It's.
I understand. Well, I really appreciate your honesty.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And let me see here. So yeah, the house, based on what you're telling me, does need some repairs. And let me see here. If we can come to an agreement on a price, how soon would you be looking to sell?
Oh, if you come up with a good within seconds. If you were like, say, if you rock me a decent price with the roof condition and it being a little bit of a cracked in. Within, I'd be like, ma'am, you got yourself a deal. Now, I own the house. I own the house outright because my meemaw owned it.
Yeah.
But she I don't have any debt on it. My grandma died and she left it to me. So, there's no mortgage on.
So that was supposed to be my next question. If you own the property free and clear. So,
Yeah.
Seems like you own it free and clear.
See,
right?
I own it free and clear. And if I don't get a good offer from you, I'm going to go take a HELOC on that bitch and rock it. You know what I'm saying? I'm getting a jet ski. I'm getting one of those cyber trucks. I'm going to do what I can. I'm tired.
If I was in your situation, and why not? Right?
Yeah, why not? Why not rock a HELOC and then default on the HELOC and then file Chapter 12 Willie? Woo! I'll be living on the beach, in the next couple of years. You know what I'm saying? Please.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Aside from the fact that we are interested in this property, may I ask why you would consider selling the property?
Why am I selling?
Money.
Yeah.
Because I need the money.
Don't mind me asking.
I got fired from my job because there was this. There was this autistic guy that I worked with, and I called him autistic one day. I said, "Man, you're autistic, aren't you?" And he's like, "Yeah." Next, somebody overheard it. And they turned me into HR, and I said, "You guys are all crazy." And next thing you know, I guess you can't use. There's these certain words you can't use in corporate America anymore. And crazy and autistic. I had a big time job with Chase, Chase Bank. I was middle management.
Really?
Yeah, I was making
It's amazing.
Yeah, it's amazing, and I don't even got no job right now.
Wonderful opportunity throughout the years.
They fired me.
Speaking of opportunities, what is the best email I can send the offer to you?
What's the best way for you to send the offer to me? Just right here on the phone. Text it to me.
Oh, the best email to send the offer for you. As you can see, we're going to be sending you a contract where you can read, take your time. Before you sign.
What's the show email?
Show at BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Yes, send it to show, SHOW, at thebubbaarmy.com. My brother, my brother, I don't have an email, but my brother does, and his name's Bubba. He's a big, he's
Bubba is BABA, right?
No, you idiot. It's B-U-B, it's B-U-B-B-A. I'm not Baba. I'm Bubba.
Gotcha.
What are you, stupid?
So, Bubba Army.
Yeah, no, show, SHOW, at
thebubbaarmy.com.
Yeah. Now, have you ever heard of the Bubba Army?
Honestly, sir, I'm not that quite familiar.
It's a sleeper cell, but a lot of people know about it. It's kind of a Proud Boys meets an Antifa gimmick. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
We're marching up to Washington if we don't get our way with 47. If we can't get 47 in there, we're headed north, buddy. That's why I need to get rid of this house, get it out of my name, get that cash.
Got you, and I understand. Well, we're gonna go ahead and send you an offer, but if you don't mind me asking one last question, what is the price in mind for the property?
Oh, see, now you got me negotiating against myself. What do you think? I just fell off the turnip truck, buddy? Come on now. I'm not going to tell you what. If I said 210, then you can tell your coworker, you can tell your boss man, we can pick this up for 210. They come in with a 190 kicker on me, and I'm done. If I said 380.
I understand.
Yeah. I'm not giving. I'm not. Don't listen, buddy. You're not dealing with Grandma McGillicuddy here. This is fast talking Bubba Clem, so I'm not giving you a number. You give me a number.
You're Alan.
Yeah.
All right, perfect. Yeah. So after this call, my partner's gonna go ahead and send you an email, and in case the email doesn't reach you for some reason, we're gonna give you a call or text you with the offer.
Yeah, text me. Because of my minutes, my texting doesn't go against my minutes. I got I got prepaid Mint, wireless, so texting doesn't go against my minutes. So text me or email me the offer, and maybe you guys can have this thing by the weekend. It's
All right. Perfect. Sounds great.
Fresh coat of a little bit of roof work, and you guys got yourself a a gem of a property that you guys. I know what you guys do. You guys flip these things, so I know you guys are gonna be making a ton of money on me. That's okay.
Yeah, so we are property investors.
Yeah,
so,
I understand. Flip it up, flip it up, flip it up, flip it. That's how I say it, baby.
Alan, I really do appreciate your time and your cooperation. I'm gonna have my partner go ahead and send you an email or text.
All right, get that offer to me. We could have this thing done by 5 o'clock today, having cocktails.
Gotcha, sir. Well, you have a wonderful day. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
I always wondered how they did it. There it is.
Yeah. I mean,
You broke character, Bubba.
Yeah.
Maybe it'd be hard for you to be an actor because you would just turn into yourself halfway through the role.
You were supposed to be Alan, and your brother was Bubba.
Gave yourself away.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm Bubba, bitch. That's who you're talking to.
I mean, my brother.
my brother, Bubba.
Right.
Anyway, the words on me that you're not supposed to use, we'll close it out with cripple. You can't call somebody OCD. You can't use the word midget, and you can't say that you're insane. Insane is a legal term.
How many of those words does
people.
Trump use in a speech daily?
Every one of them.
Daily.
Except probably retard and maybe...
he certainly says crazy.
Yeah.
I think he got those out of the way.
I think it's pretty crazy and lame that we're that soft as a society. I mean, we're so soft. We're so soft that you can be a millionaire NFL football player that plays football for the Dallas Cowboys.
OC's got his phone.
And you know,
he complained about it?
And so a reporter's job is to report. If he's a team reporter or he's just a beat reporter, he reports what he sees. He'll report the good things about a team, the bad things about a team. He'll specifically maybe call out a guy, just like Stephen A. Smith this morning, called out Aaron Rodgers. Well, what is this, Diggs? Is his last name Diggs?
Diggs, yeah.
Isn't he a linebacker?
He's a stud.
And I guess this reporter in Dallas, is he grabbing his penis here?
It looks like it.
It looks like he's grabbing his penis. And so this Diggs guy follows this reporter on Twitter, and like Seth said, it looks like he may have maybe pulled, it looks like, I don't know what's on his phone.
He saw the tweet. He saw the tweet that the reporter sent out, and that's what he was going to talk to him about.
And what was the tweet? Was it just criticizing his play?
Oh, man. I'm not even sure if it was that bad.
And so this reporter now is engaging I'm sorry, didn't take it back. This football player, Stephon Diggs.
So it looks like he questioned Diggs' effort on a big play.
All right, can you read it for me, Lemmy?
The report just says the reporter questioned Diggs' effort on a big play, and the star defender caught wind of the comments.
Okay. So he's like, hey, man, looks like Diggs might have been, sloughing off, or might not have had his heart into it, or might not look like he was trying as hard, or whatever. And it's the reporter's job to do that.
Correct.
And it's his job. It's literally his job. And never do reporters ever have the physical attributes to be a middle linebacker in the league. But this Diggs guy probably doesn't have the reporting skill set that the reporter has to do his job. You do your job, I'll do my job, but part of my job is to write about how you're doing your job. That's the way it goes. Glad you're reading my tweets, buddy.
Took from that? Out of that whole play, that's what you took from that? You don't know football. You can't do nothing that I do. You can't go out there and do nothing.
You're right. I can't. And you know what? Nor was I expected. Now all I can look at is his wiener. It looks like he pre-chubbed his wiener up. Does it not, Lemmy?
Yes, it does.
It looks like he's tugging on it here to get a good look on it, so we can get a good look on it once he puts his arm away. Now, right there, I don't care what anybody says. He is grabbing his wiener right there. Is he not?
Yes. Here, Bubba, I sent you this is pathetic even more.
Let me go into Word so I'm not so late. And we can...
Can you unfreeze this so we don't have to look at it during the break?
No, we'll look at that.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Now, is this the tweet right here?
Yeah, Mike Leslie.
All right, hold on here.
Oz, what was he doing on this play? That's it? Are you kidding me?
Now, who's the guy? 7?
Yeah.
And it kind of looks like he did take the play off.
Yeah,
It looked like he was getting ready. It looked like he was kind of sizing up an angle.
Yeah.
Well, if you look at it, like
He looks like
It's timing the angle.
I think
But he
he
tackled
was
him.
making sure that Kittle didn't cut back.
yeah. I mean, that wasn't even his guy.
I know, but like,
It's a pretty benign comment.
But I don't think he did it. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if it's worth calling him out on
I mean,
that.
here's the
play.
deal. What is he doing? Diggs could say, you know what I was doing? Is I was sizing up to have, so I had the right angle, or I was making sure he didn't do the cutback. He answered the. You could just answer the question.
I think a little differently about him. You don't know what I was doing.
Right.
I mean,
but you
clearly
could
he
interpret.
doesn't.
You could interpret that he was sloughing because he wasn't going as hard. But
Except that he tackled him.
But Diggs could say, "You don't know anything about football, obviously, because I was just trying to get the right angle." You could have an intellectual conversation with him and school him on what you really were doing. But instead, you fucking say that shit.
Yeah. I feel ya.
Look at the first answer. What was he doing on this play? Playing man defense? Exactly. He was being very careful and not sizing up the player.
Yeah.
I think it's important more players do this to educate the press on what's happening.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Showing how big his dick is.
Well, I mean, I don't know why he was two fingering it, but I'm telling you, these guys don't wear cups. I
No,
mean,
of course not.
Can't believe they don't wear cups. That
No,
blows me
that
away.
shit gets in your way, man.
you can't be fast with a cup.
No.
Do they get like calloused up like a boxer's face? You take lots of shots to the face. Can they take lots of nut shots like after a game? I mean, I think one hard play where I just landed on my ass and I'd be done.
I don't know if I analyzed their cocks, but
I don't know if they got hit there a lot, they'd probably be wearing it. I don't know.
yeah,
They're wearing
because you normally don't get hit unless you're getting a cheap shot.
I've just fallen on my ass the wrong way and it hurts.
Well, that's because you have a huge dick. Jay's got a huge dick.
No.
Jay does?
What up, Johnny? What up, Dan? Ooh, Denver. Let me guess the degrees. 47? Denver's fucking crazy, man. You could wake up, it's like 30 degrees, and then it's fucking 85 in the afternoon. Oh, I've been many times.
If we're going to be talking about penis, Bubba, Macho has a penis talk intro button that he made in Creative Services.
I see it. I don't know. Why are we talking about penises?
Because the guy was grabbing his dick.
Okay.
Hell yeah. Thank you, Dan.
Jay was talking about how he falls on his.
Hey, Tina, good morning. What are you doing on this play? What are you doing on this play?
You trying to make it sound worse. You think Mike Leslie was shitting himself when Diggs was coming after him?
What's that?
You think he was nervous when Diggs came?
Oh, God, yeah.
In full pads and
But they
uniform?
shouldn't be. They should be like, man, I hope he fucking knocks my fucking.
No, but I think anytime you're getting confronted by somebody that probably knows more than you do, I think I'd be nervous. I mean... yeah, sure, you can put out whatever fucking tweets you want, but I mean, you still got to answer to them.
Did you use a cup when you played football, Bubba?
No.
You're getting it today.
Okay. Too difficult?
Yeah.
Really? Okay, I was just wondering. Wrestling, they made you.
Yeah, he was, Mitch. It's tough to watch. Tough to watch.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios. Aquabedo.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Clem Kush today. That's available via podcast only. You can go to our YouTube channel if you like. It's really the easiest way to get our podcasting. Also, subscribe and get notifications from our YouTube channel. Everything from my food review to Lummy's Goat Report to various other exclusive stuff only available at our YouTube, which is at The Bubba Army within YouTube. It doesn't cost anything to subscribe, doesn't cost anything to get a notification, but it certainly helps us out tremendously as we're trying to hit 120,000. That would be great. We're almost at 119. I think we're like 118.8, I think, something like that.
So get it for us, please.
Like to hit the 120 deal, then the 125, so forth and so on. Maybe 250,000. That'd be great. Hello, who's this?
Hey, Bubba, I used to call you years ago. It's Jennifer Adelia. I wanted to just say hello. I miss you. I miss everyone in your place there. How are you?
Good, Jennifer. How did when? Well, back you used to call back when? First of all,
a while back. Do you remember? Do you recall? I had like a dices case going on because I beat my kid or whatever they said. With a stupid 13-year-old that was my child.
Hold on. Yes, this is
okay.
This is Jennifer from Fort Myers.
Yes, Jennifer Adelia. Remember I did 2 years in prison for my child and all that stuff, which is boring, stupid old news.
Well, I know, but I need to just get people up to speed, Jennifer, as to the history you have with the show. And your background, because it may be stupid to you, but it's very germane into who and what you are. And I say this with all respect. And if I'm out of line or incorrect about anything, then correct me on it, okay? But you used to call the show, and sometimes you'd be on the phone with me, and your kid would be sitting beside you. And he'd be like
mouthing off,
but more like, hey, let's stop at McDonald's or whatever. And you would like tell him how stupid he was, tell him to shut up.
Yes, he was. He was very stupid. He got a little smarter, but go ahead.
And you'd hit him, and like
allegedly.
Okay, well, you would hit him because I ended up being, as you know. I didn't want to testify against you, but the state of Florida did subpoena the times that you called the show.
Oh man,
I don't remember this.
Oh no, this is very big deal here.
Yeah, I went to court for it. I went to court.
I kept it. I didn't want people to know about it. I just wanted for it to go away. So the state of Florida subpoenaed all the times that she called in. She would call from home sometimes, and you are always just very mean to your kid. And then you just...
I wouldn't say that I was mean. Like, honestly, it was deserving. He was very rude. I'm trying to listen to your show, and he's wanting to change the channel. It was just really, really
How old was he?
He was like 14, 13.
13 at the time.
So now hold on. So you disappeared. Obviously, I know now that you went.
I was in prison.
So you were in prison for. Now, were you in prison for what you did? Like for what the actions of what you did on my show?
Well, it wasn't just your show. I mean, like it didn't happen on your show. It's not like I beat him on the phone and stuff. But yeah, no, because he's a little rat. He's a little snitch. His father's a little snitch. They went and they testified and all kinds of. Needless to say, I don't have a relationship with my son anymore, and I don't care.
She certainly got a lot of remorse.
Now I can listen to your show. I can literally listen to your show without him annoying me.
Okay, so you went and did a couple years in prison. Was that like for child endangerment or child abuse or something like that?
Yes, all of the above.
And it's probably...
And I had possession charges, too. Because remember, I used to take Xanax, but I didn't have a prescription.
Right.
So the father told on me for that, too.
So everybody just sold you down the river. You went and did a couple years. And how long have you been out now?
Let's see, almost a year and a half.
Right. And then how did you rediscover the show?
Bubba, Bubba, I've never stopped thinking about you. Like, all honesty, and I don't want to sound crazy or deranged.
No.
Like, literally, I wrote you like 500 letters from prison. You never wrote back, not once. I was very mad. Some of my letters even came back because I guess I mentioned my stupid kid in the letters and then the attorneys and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I've been watching, and then I saw you, I was on Facebook, and like, oh my God, there he is.
All right,
so I want to come to the studio.
So Facebook, you saw us on Facebook, and then we broadcast our morning show live on Facebook. So now you have a way to watch the show. You can not only listen to it, but watch it. So you reconnected through Facebook.
100%. And I'd love to just come there. I will not talk about my stupid kid. He is no longer in my life. Like, all honesty, that's a chapter that I never wanted open, and now it's closed. He's with his father.
Can we get her on the next Clem and Kush?
Well, here's the deal, Jennifer. First of all, I didn't get any of your prison letters. Secondly,
oh my God, really?
For real, I don't know where they were going, but I didn't get any of them.
I literally wrote 336.
That's
it.
it?
The other two didn't come back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, now here's the
That's a
thing.
long period of time.
Were any of them lusty messages?
No, that's true.
Yeah, of course. Duh. You know I love you. And that's probably why they stuck. Like, I know you never had any kind of feelings for me or whatever, and I was just a crazy girl, apparently one of your producers said. But I'm not crazy, and I want you to know my love for you has never died. Like, I have an eternal flame with like a dragon's tail in my heart.
Wow.
Okay.
We got to tap into that.
Dragon's tail in her heart.
I need everybody to shut up, including the lawyer, and let me handle this because I have far more experience of dealing with these types of situations than all of you guys. And so, Jennifer, first of all, you know, I'm engaged to a woman named.
I know. I heard.
Yeah.
I heard.
So
I heard.
I'm not
blah, blah, blah.
I'm not available. Did she say blah blah blah?
I probably listened to you before her. I probably was a fan of yours before she was.
All right,
or
well,
did you know her in real life?
Yeah. So anyway, I don't mind you appearing on the show because I'm interested in your trek of life and where you go now after prison, and I am certainly very appreciative that you've reconnected.
Do you know what Gawonki is? Gawonki, it's like stuffed cabbage. I can make that for you.
I don't like cabbage.
Scrumptious.
So Jennifer, let's have just the standard favorite radio show listener relationship where you
know. Oh my God, you want a relationship? Okay, yes.
Yeah,
I've been waiting for this for years.
Like friends, like we're friends, and you watch the show and you like the show and you can correspond with the show, but as far as
publicly.
As far as you coming physically to the studio or anything
I can do that. It's not a problem. I can come there whenever you want.
I don't want that.
I drove around there the other day.
Oh, God.
Okay. Well, see, Jennifer, you're going to end up, freaking me out with your craziness.
Oh, I don't mean to do that. I'm sorry. I'll be quiet.
All right.
But go ahead.
So
I could cook for you.
Let's keep you. Now, did you go back to your place in Fort Myers? Is that where you live?
Yeah, that's where I'm at now.
Okay.
Well, it's not my house, not the one that I used to live in. Too many bad memories of the boy and the father. That I just want to forget.
Do you have a job at all?
Not yet. I mean, I crochet. I do crocheting and knitting and stuff, and I sell it.
Right.
I sell it online.
Oh, you crochet and sell it online?
Hats, sweaters.
Like hats, like winter type caps, something like that?
Yeah, because I don't know if you remember, I had a cousin in New Jersey, and she went to prison, too, for a long time, but she had a business, and I took it over. So it's not doing real well. I haven't really sold anything yet, but I might get a job. I don't know. It's not the time. Listen, I'm still getting my head together as far as, wrapping my head around the fact that my son was a liar and his father was even worse. So I just want to listen to you daily and just really, really just get closer and closer.
All right, well, let's just start out with you being a daily listener and, reacquainting yourself with because, as you can see, my lineup's completely different from when you knew it before. I had Spice Boy and Brent and Manson and Ned and all those guys are all gone.
We're more sympathetic figures now.
Yeah, I got got a really good group of guys in here. And so let's just keep let's keep it, maybe you call the show, every couple weeks or so and check in, and it's just keep.
I like them too. Whoever they are, let them know. Like I literally love them too.
Okay.
Because they're in the same room and they are. I don't know.
Now,
I don't know their names, but I love them.
Did you, while you were in prison, did you, hook up with any girls or anything?
Of course. Why do you think the father wanted to break up with me for so long? But it's, neither here nor there. It wasn't like hookups. It was like, I'm here. I need love too. They need love. People in prison need love. Like to all your listeners, if anyone wants to give love to anyone, give it to someone in prison because they're literally locked behind a door.
Yeah, I know, but like the average guy just can't go to prison and say, I want to give some bitch some love. I mean, there'd be a line from here to Indiana if that was the case.
A glory hole at the prison?
I mean,
you're right.
Giving love to the prisoners.
Now, have you've been out for nearly, now are you still attracted to men or do you like women now?
I mean, really, it don't even matter. Like, I know that you're engaged and all that stupid stuff or whatever, but, I'm attracted to life and people. I became very spiritual. Like, literally, I practice, like, Wicca. It's like being a witch, but not really like black magic and stuff. So God really doesn't have too much to do with it, but I try to involve him when, he comes to me in my mind.
Okay. So you practice.
So I'm spiritual.
Okay, great. So, Jennifer, it's good to know that you're out. It's good to know that you're not mad at me because after I gave all
not at all. Oh my God.
I do want you to know that the state subpoenaed, like the state didn't give me an option not to provide those phone calls.
I know.
And I think
my lawyer told me like and I'm not even mad, but the main reason that I got found guilty was from like the phone calls to your station that I guess your station manager or whoever he was must have like told on me. So I'm not even mad about it though.
Yeah.
Because you know what? Everyone needs love. For real.
Yeah. Well,
Everyone
you know what?
does.
It sounds like you went and did your time. The people that were causing your irritation are now not part of your life. I don't know how.
Little jerk.
See, how can you be that mean or have that much disdain for a child that you gave birth to?
First of all, he's like 15 now, and so it's not even like really like young. Back then, it was number one. I gave birth to him by accident, like literally got pregnant by accident, and his father never stayed with me after I told him I was pregnant. He thought I was lying, decided to take off and run. I took after him. I wound up getting into a physical altercation with him. I almost went to prison back then. And then my son came into the world with me, and he's like, oh, I love you. Blah. Just reminds me of the father too much. And I'm not trying to be mean to children. I love all children.
Except your own.
I just didn't like, this one as particular because he's mine. Not everyone has to be related through blood. Love is what makes you family. I have lots of family. He's just a relative.
But if everybody needs love, doesn't your son need love too?
He gets it from his father. He doesn't need it from me.
Now, do you? Is there like a court order or anything like that, like where you're not supposed to have any correspondence with your son, or is that just something that you've chosen not to do?
Oh no, I signed rights over it, parental rights and guardianship and 100% time sharing, all to the father. Because honestly, if you remember, the whole problem was that he's always wanting this. Always wanting that. I'm on the phone. He's turning on the radio louder on a different station. I literally had to pull over 3 times. Do you remember I called?
No, I remember one time you literally beat the hell out of him on the air.
Really?
And I was so uncomfortable that the manager.
That went to court. That's the one that got me in trouble.
I know, because that.
Could you hear it?
Yes.
Oh my God.
I mean,
I don't hit anybody anymore.
Well, I mean, we might be able to find. Did I used to call you Psycho Jennifer or Crazy Jennifer?
Yeah, Crazy Jennifer. I loved it so much.
But can we?
I'm the farthest thing from crazy.
Let's just call you. You're just Jennifer, okay? Just plain old Jennifer.
Oh my God, you seriously feel that way now?
Well,
like,
I mean, I don't know if I feel that. I feel like I'm part of Kathy Bates and I'm the dirty bird to get ready to get the hobbler here.
Oh, dude.
I'm just Jennifer. I like that.
Just Jennifer. Just Jennifer. Okay.
We got an open spot at the content house.
So,
shut up, Seth.
I like him.
So Jennifer, I forget what you look like. What do you look like?
Well, now I have like shorter hair, but it's like to my shoulder length, but short in the back. I got it's called a V cut. In prison, the ladies do your hair for you and stuff. So the V cut is where it's like an A, but it's an upside down V. So it goes up to the middle and the back, and then down on the sides on both of them.
And Jennifer, and how old I think, what are you, in your mid-40s now?
44. 44 years young.
44. Same age as Giselle.
So I don't wear makeup. I don't wear makeup because it's makeup is nothing more than animals tortured on your face. So I might do like virgin olive oil and stuff on my cheekbones and stuff, but that's about it.
And how tall and how much do you weigh, Jennifer?
5'4". I told you this years ago.
But Jennifer, you were, that was 30 girls with 30 women ago. So sorry. I mean,
No, it's all right. It's all right. Don't worry. 5'4", 121 pounds, and I have pretty big feet, which is awkward. Everyone used to call me Ronald McDonald when I was younger.
Because you have
my feet are really huge.
Big feet. How about
you think we can get a pair of Bubba Army slides for those?
How about
big talons?
Yes, I love him. Tell him yes.
How about
I'll come get them.
How about your boobs? I don't quite remember your boob size.
They've always been 34C. 34C.
Okay, Jennifer.
Yeah.
Well,
and in prison, I decided not to wear a bra and really go natural and stuff. But that's not, it's not even the way I like to live anymore. However, every now and then I do.
There's no more tapping into this, Bubba? There's no one-off where we really dig into her history? You want to kind of just leave it like this?
No, I'd like to continue.
Whatever you want to do.
I'd like.
Yeah, whatever you want to do, cutie.
I'm not cutie.
What's his name?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, you're cutie, buddy.
Seth the cutie.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm Ned's son.
Seth the cutie.
Seth is a cutie, is he not?
I found
adorable.
I found one call from her.
You did find one call?
Yeah, and it looks like she got mad. Whoever named her crazy bitch wanted you to smash their hand or head with a hammer. She does not like handicap or cripple people.
Oh.
I'll tell you. So
I remember that.
So listen, Jennifer, we're going to try to find some of your old phone calls, and maybe on
greatest of.
Cool.
Maybe on tomorrow's show.
Call my lawyer, the public defender. He had it all. Remember, literally.
Well, if he's got
Discovery has it all.
If he's got it, I got it. So, well, maybe tomorrow, or maybe today during the Clem Kush. Seth, I think the Clem Kush podcast just wrote itself, don't you think?
Well, I mean, can we have her on while we're playing her old calls? I can't get enough of this woman.
She's got no filter.
Oh, thank you. You're so adorable, and I can't even see you.
Seth, let me handle this one. She's an acquired taste, and so, Jennifer, give me. Why don't you call me? Why don't you call me next Tuesday? We'll make it a weekly thing, like where you check in on.
Cool.
We'll check you. It'll be like Jennifer checks in on Tuesdays, and just see how you're doing. I would suggest that you probably try to get a regular job. To maybe.
Oh, not yet. I'm okay. I'm all right. I literally am doing well, really well. The earth and nature has always taken care of me, and right now I literally rely on nature.
Now, are you on any medication, prescription medication?
Of course, yes.
Of course.
A couple. I stopped abusing Xanax. I don't do that anymore. I'm on Adderall, Vicodin, just a few different things.
What?
Nothing crazy, though.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't take the Adderall was supposed to calm me down, but I love it because it doesn't. And it's like I don't take it or abuse it. Like sometimes I run out early, but I don't abuse it. Like for real. I used to love it, but I hate it. But it works, so I like it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And then the Vicodin, was that from an injury or something?
No, it just makes my head go boom, boom, boom.
What's that again? I'm sorry.
No. It makes my head go wonk, wonk, wonk.
Oh, it makes your head go wonk, wonk, wonk. Okay.
Do you have you have money?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course.
How?
Yes. That was one of the deals. My ex, he was never a husband. We weren't married, but my ex that has his little brat now, he gave me some money to sign for parental rights. This way we didn't have to go through the whole.
So Jay,
he bought his piece.
The dad was like, listen, I could spend X amount on an attorney, or I could just give it to crazy Jennifer and
it was so nice of him.
It sounds like he's a wonderful guy.
Yeah. And, it sounds like, Jennifer, it all worked out pretty good. You didn't like the kid. He's got the kid. The kid's being properly cared for. You didn't really.
Yeah.
And you got a little bit of you went and did your prison time. Now you got a little bit of money, walking around money, and you've rediscovered your favorite radio show.
Absolutely, and that's what makes me so unbelievably happy. And the boy, Seth, I really, really want your social medias because I'm going to follow you.
Seth, she wants your social medias because she's going to follow. Yes. So listen, crazy Jennifer. Or I'm sorry, no, you know what?
It's Jennifer.
We're
Joyful.
No, we're just going to say Just Jen. Just Jen. That's her new name. Just Jen. We'll hear from you next Tuesday. A little progress report, and you'll have watched the show for an additional week. You'll be able to go look at Seth's social media stuff, and we're gonna.
I will get his name literally tattooed on my arm, like if he wants.
Wow.
And I'm gonna get JJ tattooed on my back too. I'm gonna do it, Bubba. I'm gonna do it for real.
JJ for just Jennifer.
Yeah, and then Seth.
Now, how many tattoos do you have, Jen?
11. I have 11.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right, Jen. Well,
Those
listen.
are small little butterflies around my ankle, though.
Are we not going to take her up on the tattoo offer, Sponjo?
Baby steps with her, Seth. I've dealt with her for years, and
I'm just getting into this, but I don't have time to waste.
Jen,
Bubba.
will you at least tell my co-host that I have dealt with you for a long time, and I truly know how to.
Oh my God, yeah.
Yeah. So
Bubba is who I listen to, and he is the one that literally helped straighten out my life. Because all honesty, Bubba, if you never gave those phone calls to the police or to the state, I would still be stuck with that little brat of a child of mine. I'd still be taking Xanax, and I would be messed up.
Right.
And you literally helped me, and I want you to know for that, I love you.
I love.
And tell the fiance to close your ears. I don't mean it in a bad way, just a loving way.
Right.
Very loving.
She's a positive person now.
I love a person that I sent to jail that's still good with me. So, just Jen, just Jen, I'll talk to you in a week, and that'll give you another week to know the show and to peep on Seth a little bit. And
follow me. I'm at Lummy BTLS.
and we will talk to you in 1 week, okay, babe?
All right, I'm literally going to get a tattoo of JJ for just Jen.
Oh.
I'll see you later. Bye, Bubba. Bye, Seth. I love you, Seth. Bye.
You guys have no idea. Seth, you got to pull it back.
What do you think? This was my first day?
You got to pull. Okay. I'm glad you.
Good luck.
We got a gate.
Seth, do you have a call we can listen to?
Seth, yes.
I want to hear how, because
yes. Let me, if you could find as many calls as you could for Clem Cush. How many do you got?
Only one so far. I think it looks like we might have been taking some down.
Do you have the one where she's beating her kid?
I think that one's not on here.
I think we took him down for. I think Tom Bean made me take him down for in fear that we were promoting child abuse.
I get that.
This starts as Jennifer resents Bubba for calling the DCF on her.
Or you can do it as a
we
PSA.
can play that. We can play that.
Yeah,
we can
that's
play that
the
for
one
Clem
that's up
Cush. Everything else, she would call the show. And I'd be like, "Hey, Jen." She's like, "Hey," and she's always real crazy and flirting. And then she would be like, her kid would be like, "Mom, I want to stop by something." And she would pull the car over and start whipping him.
Dude, that's wild.
Beating him, and I'd be like, "Jen, stop!" And she's like, "I'm tired of this little son of a bitch. He knows you're my favorite show. He knows not to bug me during my favorite show. We've established those rules." And she's smacking him.
What?
And I think one of the reasons why you can't find anything in the archives, Lummy, is because Tom Bean told me that's we can't offer child abuse for people to go download. And so I think I gave a total of 5 instances when she was on the phone with me that she beat her kid. So the only instance I have, Lummy, is I think she was really mad at me one day because I turned her in. So I'm running way late.
Yes.
Way late.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Yeah, we need to change the gate code. You're right, Brian, but it's also a little scary. It's funny, Bubba Wendy. It's Alpha. She's gonna bring in smoothies one morning. Looks like I gotta call you the police.
Oh, Seth, are you over there? Are you left?
I think he's peeing.
Jay, there were times, man, she was literally beating the fuck out of her kid.
It blows me away. Honestly, that's like when, you know, and I say this if you're listening, that's crazy. It's nuts.
Looks like she did 2 years.
That means you did a lot.
Well, I had the Fort Myers city police department call me and said, we can do this one or two ways. You can participate and just give us the phone calls every time she's called in, or we'll subpoena it through the court, and you could likely have to potentially come down here and testify. So there's a couple ways we can do this. And I'm like, listen, I don't have anything to hide. I don't have anything to...
Right.
Like, I'll cooperate completely. You know, they're like, you know, the reason why none of my lawyers knew about it, because Tom handled it. And Tom's like, we don't need to lawyer up because we haven't done anything wrong.
Right.
You know, and I would tell her when she was hitting the kid, Jen, I'm hanging up on you. You cannot do, like, this is unacceptable. And I'd hang up on her, and that would make her madder. So I just provided all the phone calls, and then we scrubbed them. I think the cops may have asked us to scrub them because they didn't want any copycat.
Yeah, you don't want to promote. You would never do that, but that's the fear, I'm sure, is promoting domestic violence.
Well, not only that, but you didn't want her to be able to say, go to, you know.
Oh, he's promoting what I did?
Yes.
Right.
So we pulled all of the phone calls down, except one time when she gets real fucking mad at me because I did turn her in. And so I didn't get called as a witness or anything because I just gave them everything that I had. And so Tom negotiated with him, if we give you everything we got, can we just fucking, can you keep us out of it? Because we don't have any other testimony other than to give. If we give you the phone call, then that's all we know.
Right.
That's all the evidence we have.
I have someone said in the middle of that was a work. If someone could act that well, fucking good luck.
On, man. That's what radio was built on. Insane callers. Like,
yeah.
It's not,
If that's a work, well then that, you know.
Then she's the best fucking actress ever.
Right. If that's work, then give us credit for prepping the show.
Exactly. Ooh. I'm just glad she likes you and not me.
Oh, she doesn't even know who I am.
Seth Kushner at.
That's why I gave her Lummy's info.
Did you ever have any fans over the years that were like that with you?
Nobody that was in love with me, no.
Infatuated with you, or like love, hate, like someone, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, there was
polarizing people just were like that.
Yeah, no, that we got. We had we had somebody that threatened to rape Drew's son when I was working with him. There was bomb threats. There was people that showed up with guns that engineers had to get.
Then there was radio personalities doing parades in the parking lot.
That was a tough one.
Yeah, remember that one.
I remember somebody sent me an email, told them that they were happy that my baby died after Phoebe had a loss.
You're kidding.
That was when I did Top 40 too.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Gonna run a few minutes late. I gotta close out the Stephon Diggs or whatever the hell guy's name is. Here's the play that the reporter simply said, what was Diggs thinking on this play? And if you watch the play, it looks like, Diggs is taking, it kind of looks like he might be slowing down and not try, or he's trying to slow down in case the guy comes back upfield where he can get him, or he's trying to angle and get the right pursuit angle. At the end of the day, it wasn't his man. It wasn't his man.
I thought he was taking an angle.
And he was, listen, it's not really his responsibility, but he was trying to save a touchdown, and he did.
Right.
Started under center, walked back to shotgun.
So now, here's the guy in question, number 7. Okay?
Goes Kittle.
Now he does kind of the part where he kind of lets up a little bit is because he's trying to anticipate what Kittle does.
Right, because if Kittle takes a right but to the Juke's number 88, he's got to be ready to hit him.
Right.
On the run, George Kittle inside the 10. Kittle to the pylon.
And listen, I think it's kind of chicken shiz for the reporter to be saying, like, what was 7 doing on that play? Obviously, the play is such a successful play that even if the guy had made it to the end zone, it's not 7's guy.
It's not like he was number 29 of the Bears when they were getting ready to do the Hail Mary.
Right. No,
that's
see,
fair.
Would if a guy had asked number 29, what were you thinking? That would be. Now, I feel a little differently. I feel a little bit differently for Diggs, other than I don't think he should engage the guy and tell him, you can't do what I do, because of course he can't do what you do. You're a professional football player, and this is a nerd-ass recorder.
Took from that? Out of that whole play, that's what you took from that? You don't know football. You can't do nothing that I do. You can't go out there and do nothing. Stay in your lane, buddy. Stop playing me, bro.
Just asking a question, Trayvon.
That wasn't that.
I mean, I'm happy to have you answer the question.
Out of that whole play, that's what you took for that? That's what you got from that whole play, that's what you got from that?
I'm asking you. We can talk about it more. What were you doing?
What did he say?
Talk about these nuts.
That's the only time a
Is that what he said?
Funny, yeah.
Is that what he said? You can talk about these nuts?
Yeah.
Hold on.
We can talk about it more. What were you doing?
You can talk about these nuts. I love it.
Talk about it more. What were you doing then?
I went into this thinking one thing, and I came out of it thinking something completely different.
Yeah. And with a Jennifer interruption.
I mean, it was a 50-yard play to a guy he wasn't covering, and he made the tackle to save the touchdown. I don't know if it's worth calling him out on that play.
He saved 6 points.
There were so many other breakdowns and coverage that, Diggs is about the third or fourth guy to potentially blame, and at that point, there's nothing to blame. He knocked the guy out on the 2, and when he slowed up, maybe the reporter thought he should have kept running at full speed, but when he woed up for anticipating that Kittle could cut it back or trying to get the right angle. If he goes too fast, then he overruns Kittle, doesn't have the angle. And if he just keeps running as fast as he can, then Kittle could pass Kittle. Kittle could turn it up right. Mm-hmm. And so you're right. I think I'm actually with Diggs on this.
Look, I think it's Bubba. I think it's okay if people are going to tweet these things. I think it's okay. I mean, look, he could go out there and maybe answer his question if he wanted to. Maybe he doesn't feel like he owes him an explanation. But after a loss, I don't know why these guys are grabbing their phones the first thing they do.
You're right.
That's true.
You're right. Clem Cush, well, give me 30 minutes in the chair if you could. Cush, can we do me that?
Yeah, no problem.
And let me see if you can send me that Jennifer call.
Working on it.
This is the only one I have. The state of Florida or the city of Fort Myers has the rest. I had to take all of her calls down from all of my, let me Bubba Army HQ and stuff. You won't find a crazy Jennifer call.
No.
Because I had to take them down in fear that it was promoting child abuse. So I gotta warn Seth and everybody, she is crazy, and let's not have her in the studio.
No, please.
I cannot have her. Let's keep her at an arm's distance.
Can she be a podcast person?
I don't know.
Remotely.
God, I'm trying, man.
I know you are, buddy. I've dealt with her, and she's not scary, but she's a handful. We'll see you tomorrow. Appreciate y'all.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lummet.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
Rhett, the filthy ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire, of Council.
Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra, of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.